Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode. This special, super special event that we have here, the Honeycomb Sting one shot heist event with all of these crazy crew, which I am so grateful to have here on board tonight. As you can see, I have a little bit of a raspy throat, just getting over an illness, so I have to ask for forgiveness just in case I end up coughing in your ear. I will try not to do so.
Never.
Never. Now that I'm thinking about it, don't no. Okay, so we are here with these lovely four individuals to play tonight's event. To try to collect the Honeycomb Emerald and see if they're able to achieve the unachievable, the impossible, the craziness that will ensue. I'm sure will be delightful. So, first things first, we're going to go around for each one of these individuals, and we're going to see who are you? Who are you playing? And if you would, tell us a little bit about them so that we can be ready for tonight's game. And here on Roll for Chaos, we like to do everything using, I don't know, the chaotic nature of dice rolls to determine who goes first. In this case, it is going to be Ciara and Jules. Ciara, who are you? Who are we playing? And tell us a little about.
Well, I'm Sierra. I am a writer, gamer, and I will be playing Jules, who is kind of a loner, kind of just sticking by themselves once in a while, but they like to make different kind of concoctions, like to experiment. I mean, what's life without a little bit of experimentation?
Yeah, get in there, get a little bit of experimentation going. I mean, it's important. From there, we'll continue to the left here on our overlay, going over to Gwen and Basil, Ember, and Teeth.
Hello, everybody. I am Gwen, aka McSherry. Usually over there in the chat, except on Fridays when I'm a sparrow. And tonight I'll be playing Basil. Basil is kind of a mystery. They've obviously been through a lot, but they're still very cheerful, very chipper. And they really just want to help everybody.
Well, that's a good thing because you are part of a crew right now, and I'm sure that many of them may need your aid at one point or another. So there is something about Basil. There are two other members, sort of this crew, and I'm sure we'll be introduced to them at a later time.
Most definitely. I'm sure they'll come into play.
So we move from there to Shannon and again Penwillow.
Yes, I'm Shannon, and I do roll charisma here and on Dreams on Thursdays, and I am playing Gen. What is it? I want to say Merry Meadow. Penwillow, who is an outer clan dwarf as part. Oh, I guess get a little higher as an outer clan dwarf. Who has perhaps had a little too much time to be spreading rumors around everyone, so has been disassociated with her particular house due to this. Really, it's just telling the truth, so I don't understand why. It's an injustice, really. But anyway, to earn some respect, hopefully prove that I am worth being part of my noble family. But a jack of trades as well as a pacifist, a nice person, doesn't want to hurt anyone. Yeah, I have a lady beard, which is really itching my nose. So if I'm playing with that, it's not because I'm picking it or anything like that. It's because it's very itchy.
Welcome to bearddom, unfortunately.
I think it's a little different when it's like a strange synthetic fiber,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't
Nope.
know. No,
No,
bullshit.
it is the exact same when
So-
it's real.
You can contour your chin without like having
there are
makeup,
times
so.
I have to
Chaos.
say, wearing facial fur has been very much more uncomfortable than just having my goatee. But if I ever start growing neck hair and it gets a little too long, it just yeah, it's just as bad that way for me, but not the other way. Speaking of just as bad for me, Barney time and Della Blakewell, you're up next.
Hi, everybody. I'm Barty Time, your new role-playing sensation best friend. I don't know why I'm bad for Ty. I feel that we need to have a conversation after this because I am deeply shocked and offended. But yeah, I'm playing Della Blakewell, who is a disgruntled former peacekeeper. Who's I tell truth to power. I calls it like I sees it. I want a little bit of order in the world, and that's it.
I mean, that's a good way to be, though, right? I mean, you just can't talk truth to certain powers without some problems, I suppose.
Unacceptable.
So,
Understand.
for this one shot, the ways to win, you have to accomplish these 3 tasks any way you wish to accomplish them. You have to successfully enter the manor. You have to keep security in the dark about the heist. Disable security traps and measures, things like that will help. So those things are the main things that'll get you towards completing your goals. If you're able to create sufficient distractions, if you're able to avoid having the Viscount Preston Dumas hunting you, you will be more likely to succeed. But the ultimate goal, of course, is to steal the Honeycomb Emerald. There are a few beneficial advantages each one of these players has in the form of aces, which grants some rerolls, in the form of some skill sets that could help them in a lot of different circumstances, in a previously acquired blueprint, which we could have seen being stolen or taken in a previous episode of Dreams. And then every one of them has a Joker card, which will let them have their own unique little flashback or some other benefits they can use once per episode. So once for this entire game. Hopefully they won't need to use any of them. But, there is another thing that can assist, and that is our audience. Using channel points or bits, you can also help them succeed and win tonight. Now, each and every one of these players also happens to have a complication. Before the game began, every single one of them rolled on a random table to see what that complication is. This will not be revealed to any of the other players until it becomes necessary. So each and every one of you, look forward to those complications coming up when they do. Next up, and last but not least, we have the game about to begin. So, let me just get started here. Without further ado, here is the Honeycomb Sting as soon as I get to the first part of it.
Vamping.
Scene 1. So, as we were all sitting here, we're actually just placed. If you see the map that I've shared with everybody there, 1 is the front of the manor. Everybody in this group is sitting on a raised hill to the south of this 1, down in the direction that is just shown on the map now. As you're sitting there, as everybody is kind of gathering around, you could see lots and lots of automated carriages moving up and down the streets, individuals getting out of these, being, handed, some gifts, some flowers, some things like that, shaking hands, walking up the aisle, having their assistants and servants escort them out of their vehicles, off of, horses if they decided to ride them, that kind of thing. And we see this crew just kind of, the camera turns to them. We see them all sitting over the edge of this hill, and they're just staying out of sight at the moment. So the night's events seem to be kicking off in full swing as you peer down on Goldrose Manor. Automated carriages bearing lavishly attired lords and ladies, as they are escorted from their velvet cabins and brought down the long walk into the estate, bear witness to opulence and extravagance. One individual after the next attempting one-upsmanship in a show of wealth, fashion, or power. 5 war machines pull a carriage where Lord Arl Stonehelm shows his military might, while the Lady Olivia Vox arrives in a marble and silver ornamented auto carriage that is so top-heavy, you're certain a stiff breeze might push it over. As they arrive, a few select individuals are allowed entrance into the indoor garage on the left side of the manor. So we see each and every one of these individuals around a small collapsible table sitting on the dirt with their handler, Marcus Vero, standing at the edge of it, who looks over to everyone and asks for them to gather around. There's an image of Marcus now on our screen for our audience. As Marcus stands there, he looks up and states, "All right, everyone. I'm so glad we have finally gotten to this point. It seems that each and every one of you has a reason for being here, of which I am sure will make every single one of these goals that much easier to attain. Now, you must be careful, and you must be quiet, and please, for all heavens, if any of you are caught, do not oust your friends, allies, or me. I would greatly prefer to remain a hidden benefactor for this. In the future, once we have completed this goal, he walks over to the side and takes this little case down onto the floor before opening it up. Inside, you can see something that looks like a slightly honey-colored gemstone. We have a fake here. We will be replacing the original gemstone with. That way we can throw off all traces and at least keep them in the dark as long as possible. I'm certain that the Lady Goldrose is not aware of what she actually holds. Each one of you, of course, will be paid the agreed upon sum at that moment in time, and we will go our separate ways. So, each and every one of you, I have tasks at hand. I need to make sure all of you are able to accomplish. Now, if you take a look at the map, he unravels it onto the table in front of you, and you see something that looks similar to what we have on the screen here now, that has some pins, some information in each one of these things, and some key locations. In order for us to accomplish these tasks, I need each one of you to take on a request, as it were. I will be casing the joint from the outside. Each one of you has been handed a unique communication device, something that you can sit within your ear and speak into, but be careful with it, because individuals can hear the buzz, they can hear the noise from a short distance away, so make sure you are not being watched or listened to while the events are occurring, while you are speaking to each other in the household. Each one of you is associated with one click of the knob, little tiny spinning wheel that just. So you can speak to each one individually, and there is a channel for all of us all at once if you wish. So, now that we have that out of the way, keep in communication, and I will be watching this facility from every angle that I can. You will need to notify me when you are in need of particular assistance with looking through the windows or seeing where you are within the facility. I can only be so many places at once to try to give you a lookout. There are some places within the manor I will not be able to see. That is very important. Many of the second floor windows are easily viewable. I can see much of that. The first floor has some areas that are difficult within the center, and I cannot see under the manor. If you happen to be down there at all, you are on your own. So, here are our tasks. First, we need someone to infiltrate and mingle with the individuals within the manor. Someone who can keep the Viscount Preston Dumas, who was a special guest brought into this facility, unaware of our tendencies in any way possible. I mean, keep them talking, keep them confused, keep them distracted, or hell, poison him. I don't care. Whatever you choose to do, that is one very important task. 2, we need someone to be able to disable some of the security measures surrounding the gemstone. Its pedestal, I know, is trapped, and that would not be good to set it off in the middle of trying to take it. Now, I believe that the security measures are located somewhere on the first floor. I would assume in space, and he points at the map, the 10th pin here, or maybe the 20th pin, one of those locations. Another task that we have is hobnobbing. Someone can get inside as well and act as servant or assistant and be there to support and back up the individual who is dealing with Mr. Dumas. Although, alternatively, someone who can just create some sort of distractions to draw off security and attention, especially at the moment when we go for the grab. That would be useful. Finally, if any of you can set any kind of tricks or traps around the facility that would cause individuals to struggle with accomplishing arresting you or noticing what you're up to, those are beneficial for you and for us. And as soon as you are ready, everyone will agree and we will attempt the grab. As soon as you have it, find your escape, bring the gemstone back out here, and we will break from there. So, what do you think you would be most capable of doing? How about you, Gen?
Oh, well, I think, I would probably be able to do the party business. I can go around. I know my way around a party. My biography even says that. So I think I'd be really good at doing it. Yeah, that'd
Getting
work
into
for
the
me.
party.
That's right. I can charm people, although I'm not sure if they all know of my tenuous relationship with my house.
Well, if they
Perhaps.
are the wiser for what's going on there, it could be problematic for entering through the main entrance. I mean,
Of course, we could just play it as a rogue renegade. I mean, I don't know. We can make it work. I
Are
got the
you quick on
charm.
your feet? Are
My
you quick
quick,
on your feet, Pinwillow?
quick, as in like my wit or my literal feet.
On your wit. You will be hobnobbing with. It just looks over at with sheer disdain at all this nonsensical displays of wealth.
Oh yeah. I mean that's my cousin Tulio over there, and that's yeah. Yeah.
Well then, I guess you would be most suited to the task of distracting the Viscount in person.
I mean, look at this charming face. How could you? How could you not?
Your
Yeah, look
notoriety
good.
might actually even pay off. you
well,
might
again,
say.
in the case that you're going to enter this party and act as yourself and be present as a noble, there are two entrance options for you directly and one indirect. The first entrance option is to go in through the front door. Now, I don't assume that you currently have an invitation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get in that way, although it is obviously the most heavily fortified and secured. The second option is to enter via the servants' entrance and just make your way inside and act like you've been there all along. Now,
I've escaped through the servants' entrance before. Not here, but that seems probably like the wise idea instead of just going through the front door because I don't have my peepers unless somebody can make an invitation.
Just be bold. Walk in. What are they going to do? Tell you no?
Don't know.
I'm certain that their security might have a problem with someone just rushing through, but who knows? There is a lot of confusion going on.
I mean,
right
I'm not
now.
anyone. I'm someone. That's what I meant to say.
Of course, you're someone. So, on this map here, to of course main entryway, if you wish to enter via the servants' quarters, number 30, there is a servants' pump house and passageway on the back of the facility. You can travel through there, through a door that is disguised to look like a wall inside of the groundskeeper's rooms. Going through that direction, they keep everybody out of sight, so the servants seem to move through the house in a ghostly presence because who wants to see them? Am I right?
No. But that's all right.
So, Basil, since you're the next one to speak up in this circumstance, what is your goal? What do you think you can handle?
I liked the third option on your list. I see myself fitting in well with the servants and perhaps even helping them out a little bit.
So
I'll take that.
making your way through the servants' entrance could be useful, of course. But, yeah, I mean, you are a Skixon. You'd probably fit in quite well that way. Now, we do still have you, Della. You are a bit more high profile, your previous history notwithstanding. What do you think your strengths are going to be in this?
Well, I guess it'd probably best to keep my face out of proceedings as best we can. So I shall be the one laying the trap, should things go awry.
Excellent. So you'll be laying traps if possible. And getting into the facility for you, I'm assuming you will not be going through the front door. Servants' quarters could be difficult as you might be recognized as well. So there is the third option, and that is infiltration. When it comes to infiltration, you have two options available to you there even. You could try to catch a ride on one of the authorized vehicles entering the garage. As long as you're not caught and you can sneak aboard, you may be able to enter quickly. The other way, and I do not know how difficult it might be, would be to enter through the sewers. I know that there are two access points. One is in the local storm drains not far from here. It would lead you directly under the city streets, and you just have access from there. The other way would actually be through number 29 on the map. That is the pump house. There is actually an access hatch in there to make sure that the piping is still able to be strong and controlled. Since many of you are going in that direction anyway to head through the servants' quarters, that might be your easiest access point. But, again, you run the risk of being noticed by servants.
We're drawing too much attention in that particular point. I think it would be best if I found a different point of egress into the pipes. It seems the quietest, stealthiest way in, so I'll be
Storm
going
drain.
down there.
Excellent. Make sure that when you arrive out of the storm drains that you find some way to clean the stench off of you, or it might draw attention.
I am aware. I have ways of taking care of that.
Jules, you as well, someone who used to work for the madam. I'm assuming you will be trying to take some sort of infiltrative steps in, unless you have good favor with some of the servants that still exist here.
I think they may owe me some favors, but as long as I don't have to deal with any of these pompous assholes, I think I'll probably go in the sewers.
So you and Della could likely travel together then. And that means, Basil and Gen, you two will be traveling together to enter via the servants' entrance, I'm assuming?
That sounds like a plan to me.
Excellent. Well, we have a short period of time before this gala is fully in swing, and until they end the events and close up doors. This is, after all, a reliquary of ancient artifacts, and is only open for certain hours. So, let's break then. Everybody make sure that your comms are working, and then let's begin. And then you start hearing each other's voices after some crackling.
Who will be the designated leader inside of the compound? I don't want us to be busy trying to assume the mantle of leadership while we're in the mission. Let's get that situated now.
There's too much talking going on. I think we should go in. We don't have all night.
Does Basil just
It's more
start
of
heading
an
off on
autonomous
it?
collective, you know? I mean,
And what happens when we need to make plans on the quick? We need to make sure that someone is the person who ultimately has that power so that we act without fighting over one another. There is a proper order to these
That's why we
sorts of
have
things.
these.
Marcus is there. He says, he turns to you and goes, Della, thought you would be aware. This is my operation, so any decisions made that are not done under duress or instantaneously should be run through me.
that's
That's-
the problem with the suits. They're always trying to go by the rules in the book. You can't do that when you're running through and you're trying to steal things, for crying out loud. I mean,
Exactly.
gotta think quickly on your feet, Della. You can do this. Come on, get some of that orc spirit, some of that Roloff fervor, you know? Where'd that go?
All of that, you might be thinking of a different type of orc.
I
This-
am, yes. Yes, I am. But, you
I
know,
am-
it's still down in there. It's just like these Empire dwarfs in their outer clan. It's still there. It still beats in their heart. That fire, that drive from the earth. It's right there. I can see it on the tip of your green ears, you know?
The only beating that you hear is the tick-tock of the clockwork mechanism that is my heart. Shall we get going?
Agreed for once. Let's go.
Shall we, Basil?
So, Basil and Gen head off to travel around the other side of the manor as quickly and quietly as they can. And as they walk through the streets, we see Della and Jules moving over to the storm drain. Recognizing that it needs to be opened, which one of you goes in first?
I will go first.
So Della moves over first, is blasted with this warm, moist air, smelling just faintly of gross. And as the top of it comes off, you start climbing down the runged ladder that is a bit pitted with a little bit of corrosion, and make your way down below.
Make sure to like pin up anything that might be hanging and could drag in the sewage.
Of course, try to keep anything out of it. Jules starts heading down afterwards, a bit bigger and bulkier, and having to kind of squeeze down into this hole that's a little bit more difficult than you would have imagined. If you'll give us the first roll of the night, the agile roll,
Ooh.
Jules, as you attempt to squeeze down through here successfully.
Get it. Get it.
Panic. What am I rolling?
Roll agile, so double click on the...
Agile.
Yeah.
Did it do a weird
Ooh.
dance for everybody else?
Yeah, it did a
Oh,
weird.
yes,
So-
yes, it did.
It stopped
Okay.
on 14 and then went to 9.
Yeah.
So now we're
Yeah,
going to
so-
have Jules and
Does Jules have a -3? Because it was rolling with a -3.
just a moment. Jules Agile
Yeah.
is a -3. Yes, Jules
Oh.
is the
Woof.
biggest bones individual has
Oh.
reduced.
I'm
You
a
think-
broad
agility.
I'm a broad
Yeah.
person, man. I got broad shoulders, broad hips. I'm trying to
Just broad.
just broad, man.
Fill your space.
Okay. Whoops, closed something I needed open. All right, so we have here the map that we will be showing each one of you. You'll be traveling on it. We'll just be taking a few turns. Each one of you can move twice your move distance unless you come into contact with something dangerous or problematic that you need to resolve. The two of you are down below. If you can see Jules and Della now on the map. It is a bit dark down here, but you do see some light that seems to be coming from either the holes in the ceiling, the little holes in the storm drains, or softly glowing bioluminescent mosses that are sometimes growing around the edges. Now, I need to pull up my map here for some reading bits. There we go.
My map is black.
Yeah,
Is that-
it's black for you. Maybe I'll just put the two of you on here just so you can see it.
Oh, well, now I don't even know. I don't even know where I am. I'm moving
There.
it around.
Do you see the black map now? Is anything showing up on there for you? Nope, you're outside of the edge.
I
Come
don't
on,
know.
game. Come on. All right, here we go.
I'm
Again,
so
you're
close,
in there
though.
now, and Jules is already in there. Basil, you're in there. So you should be able to see now. Can you? Do you see
I'm
green
just-
sections?
Eventually, I'll probably get there. I moved so randomly around. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm
Hmm.
gonna X out of that, and then you're gonna reshare it with me.
Okay, fine. We'll
Same,
reshare.
please.
So exit out of it. Yeah, there you go. And then reshare with the two of you.
Looky there.
Now you can see. Okay, the two of you are not there, but the others are. So we're gonna start this way. All right. So the refuse free flowing in the channels and dripping from the pipes here is disgusting, to say the least. Organic waste, chemical runoff, and a host of other nasty surprises have left the once smooth stone tunnels worn, cracked, and pitted. A thin film covers the surfaces of the cracked wooden walkway used by the city workers underfoot. Every step a groan against the unfairness of an unlife spent in this way by the trees that sacrificed to make these causeways. Lightly glowing mosses seem to have made this place their home, mostly around the small grates that allow rainwater to flow through the storm drains into the tunnel. As you walk through this area, the creaking and complaining of the wood underfoot becomes background noise, and you swear you begin to hear other things just at the periphery of your senses. So we now see Della and Jules walking. Every single one of these steps, the boards are splashing noises and the sound of muck that just kind of splutters up and gets stuck all over your boots and your feet. What are the two of you saying as you're walking with one another?
I am walking like at least a few paces ahead of Jules, just in case, because I see that this individual is extremely
Broad.
big and tall, and I do not need to, cause extra weight in the same places to make these boards break.
So you're
I
going
will-
to try to balance out the weight a little bit.
Yes.
Excellent choice. So, what are you saying, Jules, as you're noticing Della? Like, very carefully trying to avoid stepping on any of the same boards as you.
They are she, Della.
They.
I look. Jules kind of narrow their one eye on the back of Della and says, "I ain't that big."
Your illustrious entrance into this place begs to differ.
Illustrious. Why you gotta use all these words like that? You know what? How about we just frown on silence?
I can definitely work with that. And Della, by the way, has not actually looked at you since you addressed them. Their eyes have been straight ahead.
And afterwards, do I see what's at the bottom of my boot?
Yep.
Do I know what it is?
You can't tell. The
Do
low
you
light
wanna
makes it
know?
difficult to see, but whatever it is sticky, and it is keeping every step you make like slightly attached to the boards and making a sound.
Ugh.
I want to take a vial out and try to scoop it off of my feet.
And you collect your first unique ingredient.
Yay!
All right.
Nachos.
So Jules is a brewster, and they can make all kinds of interesting things. So you have one of your two unique ingredients that can empower one of your brews later. So just mark that on your notes if you want to, or just remember that you have it, and use that later.
All right, I'll write sticky substance.
Sticky substance. All right, and Della, if you just wish to keep moving for a while, show me where you wish to travel to before, and I'll interrupt you if anything is in the way.
Yeah. So kind of just heading straight ahead. I'm assuming the blackness near me is a wall.
Yes.
So kind of trying to keep like my hand not directly on it, but just hovering near the wall for a bit of balance sake in case I need to right myself.
Okay.
But just yeah, just kind of testing out the stability of the floor, making sure that, nothing's gonna
Whoosh.
into the drink.
Into the drink. Exceptional. I do also want to let everyone of the crew here know. Each one of you has an amount of silver in your inventory. In preparation for this adventure, you could have bought items that you might need to use, and if you wish to use that, let me know, and I'll tell you if you have it or not. So, Jules, you're sticking behind Della. Are you respecting their requests for a little distance to make sure that the two of you don't crack or break any of these boards?
Despite everything, I do acknowledge that I am kind of heavy. So
Big boned.
A few steps
bit.
in, and you hear a loud crack noise behind you, Della. And Jewel, you look back to see Jules with 1 foot almost in the drink.
I'm good.
I'm going to size up Jules. About how much force do I think they apply when they step versus where would be the safest way for them to walk here?
Give me a brains roll.
Yeah.
You are an alchemist, after all.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
a 23. They probably apply a few hundred pounds of force on the ball of their foot when they step. If you were able to spread that out snowshoe style, this might not be a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna look around here and see if there's some way that I could craft something that would help disperse the weight of their steps / teach them how to walk to disperse that force.
All right, give me an aware roll to see if there's anything in the area that might be beneficial.
Ooh.
It is dark down here. That is going to put you at a part negative, but we'll see. 17 puts you at a 15. You succeeded. In this case, you happen to notice that there is some wire mesh surrounding some of the tubing and some of the walls here, designed to help keep the areas of the most damage in the tunnels temporarily supported until they can be repaired or replaced by the city folk. Some of these little pieces of mesh are breaking off and starting to corrode. You believe that you could take those out and then use some of them because they're strong enough to not just bend immediately if you can cut one of them off. One or two.
So I'm gonna take out my sword and just shink some of that mesh off and start I will go over to Jules and just say, I will be helping you to not fall in, and we'll start crafting kind of mesh shoes.
All right. As you attempt to do this, it takes a little bit of time, so we'll now switch over to our other crew. So, where did that just go? It's in the middle of my screen. There we are. Floor 1 and the key. Excellent. Need to keep track of all of my little tokens and things like that. So we see Basil and Gen walking around the city streets, getting closer and closer to the pump house in the back of the manor. What are the two of you talking about as we see you coming around the corner?
So, I know it's a topic that's not very comfortable, and I apologize for any kind of offense or stereotypical information that might come out of my mouth, but how do you suppose you'd be about posing as my servant?
It's not ideal, but I know you wouldn't
Obviously
take
not.
advantage of it.
No, I wouldn't. As a matter of fact, it's an atrocity anyway. But it would be to keep up appearances, and I think it goes with the dossier that we were given, where just sneak around and kind of, because these people, they don't even see servants.
That is unfortunately true, and I'm very glad to hear that you do. That actually gives me great hope, Jen.
Yes, well, it's with the outer clan, we're a little we're backwards, as the Empire would say, but and not that my family doesn't take advantage of the whole we could get money out of this situation, but for the most part, we're a little different than everybody else, and I do hate to ask. I do.
I would be willing, if you would be willing to help me with one thing.
What is that?
I need to make sure that as many of the people who work here, servants, if you will, I want to make sure that they're taken care of.
Like, what? Like you want to kill them?
Oh goodness, no. I
was thinking, good, I misjudged you.
No. I want you to help me get them out, and then perhaps find places for them to live and be their own people.
If I can help in any way doing that, that's absolutely fine. Absolutely, yeah. And the best place to get the juicy bits of information that I so like to nibble on is from people's servants anyway. So I always had a good relationship. So if we run into the opportunity, or you have any ideas and which won't get us caught, of course, but I can help you with that, I am more than happy to.
Very well. Then we have a deal. I guess I am your attendant.
Docent? We could say that. Or
that's a good one.
Yeah, something a little less gritty, little less gritty on the teeth than servant,
Exactly.
Less gritty on the teeth.
Ooh, yes. Attaché. That's lovely.
Attaché. Oh, isn't that a purse? But yeah, attaché. We could use, most people probably. We could probably call you whatever we want, and they wouldn't question it because they wouldn't know.
They wouldn't see me, honestly.
Exactly. Yeah, attaché. I like it. Yeah.
So if the two of you would give me an aware roll as you approach the pump house from the side, you see this nondescript little wooden building, nice roofing that seems to be in good repair, but the building itself is obviously relatively old. We get ourselves a 20 and a 14. So, Basil, you're the first to recognize that sitting out in front of it is a servant of some kind who is taking a break, probably in a way that is not necessarily approved by the house, as they are smoking behind the side of the building, just kind of leaning against it with their arms crossed, cigarette in one over one lip, and just staring up at the sky, his feet propping him up against the side. They haven't noticed you yet, but they are obviously an obstruction to just entering the building without being noticed.
Trust me.
Alright, I'm going to just go ahead and put my head down, and not look regal.
Okay. So you keep yourself from looking too regal, and who's the first to approach?
Probably overdo it a little, It's like, oh.
Basil will approach.
All right. Are you trying to approach the servant directly, or trying to avoid their notice?
Directly.
Okay. So you go walking over in that direction. The individual kind of staring up at the sky, looks over and sees you, takes a puff on it, and puts it out real quick and tries not to be noticed, hiding it off to the side before looking over at you. Hey.
Basil, just look over.
You're fine. Sorry, you're supposed to be here.
Nah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We've all done it. My boss over there, she's late.
Your boss late to the gala?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought that wasn't ending for another few minutes. Lady Goldrose doesn't allow anybody to come in, though, afterwards. I mean, she does lock the doors. Doesn't like fashionably late individuals.
That's kind of what we're concerned about. Look, you stay here and smoke. Is there any way we could, just go in. I don't want to get her in trouble.
Give me a charming roll, please, Basil, as you attempt to convince this individual you're supposed to be here. And that is a 17. The individual themselves, how much do they care for their job? So they look at you and they go, I know how it is. You know what? You didn't see me. I didn't see you.
Perfect. Thanks a bunch.
Now we move Basil and... Whoops. Why is that so tiny? I don't think it's supposed to be that small. Hold on one moment. Minor inconveniences due to map sizes for our grid. There we are. Fixed. And
How
removed.
much there is silver? You said we had silver on our person?
It should be on your items sheet, on the items tab of your character. It says how much silver you have at the bottom. If it's not there, it was on your character sheets, and I can let you know in a second. So Gen and Basil have entered into the first section here. You should be able to see that, and I'll make sure that Jules and Della are on this map as well, and we'll share. Boom.
I wanted to give the smoking Skixon a silver and ask if I could trade one of the cigarettes that he has.
So you're gonna ask if you can trade one of the cigarettes?
I say, oh, thank you very much for letting us in. Seemed like they were very apathetic to the situation. Anyway, so I'm reading that and want to give them a silver for their trouble. And also, I would like to pocket a cigarette.
All right.
Freely given.
You mean just buy the cigarette?
Yeah, so you give him that and pocket that up. He's like, oh, thank you very much. He puts it away. Yeah, no problem at all, miss. Or lady, I'm sorry. I don't know your house.
Oh, it's alright. Actually, I think I'm a lady. Am I a lady?
Yep.
Lady, it's fine. Call me Gen.
Gen.
Formalities aside.
Mm.
Thank you for the smoke, and you have a fabulous rest of your day. Night. Evening. Thank you.
And I need to make sure my phone is silenced. Sorry, audience. That was
Rude.
professional, of course. We do everything incredibly professionally here. I mean, we try.
I didn't hear a thing.
I didn't have it going
Same.
through audio for you.
I
but
really didn't hear it.
I had it. I have my audio blocked for you all through push to talk, but the audience hears directly from my audio feed. So, all right, Bees is offended. Anyway, coming back to the game at hand, we see all of you there. The servant seems to be appreciative of being handed that, and we now find ourselves inside of the man. Well, not technically the manor proper. You're inside the pump house. So, descriptions. Entering the room, a powerful humidity, the smell of grease and metal, as well as chemical agents designed to purify water and assault your senses. The loud noise coming from the machinery full of spinning gears, water wheels, barrels full of frothy liquids, and the like give you the impression that this likely provides the cleaning and pressure for the waterworks in the manor nearby. There's a locked hatch in the floor in this room and a door to your right. That's all you see in here.
It's too bad we couldn't rig this with bubbles. You know, I've seen all these, seen some clickies where they take and they put bubbles in the fountain and it distracts everybody. But I don't know how to do that on a delay.
It would be interesting.
It was a
But
clicky
we
called
have
Richie
to come
Rich.
in here to actually see that.
No, it would pump out into the
Oh.
outside.
The
Fountain.
water comes through here. Seems to. Oh, you can go and take a look at it, see if you understand more about the mechanism.
I mean, I don't know that I would.
Well,
I can look.
you can make a
Let's
brains
look.
roll based on who your character
Sure.
is. I mean, you've lived in a household that has some unique machineries.
Sure, I don't know what I know. Brains, you said.
Yes, give me a brains roll.
I don't.
You do not know what these things do. You know that they have to do with cleaning water or changing
They pump
water
out
or
the
using
water.
pressure.
And they pump it through, and I don't know. Anyway, any thoughts, Basil?
Give me just a moment.
Okie dokie.
Basil will step just a little bit away and Ember.
And call Ember.
Mm-hmm.
Bless you. You should maybe get a lozenge for that stuff.
Yes.
I need to know what's on the other side of the door, Ember. Can you help me out?
Yeah. I'll help. We see a small entity from Basil's vision that looks kind of like a little green and blue flame, and it just whoosh, goes underneath the door and heads around the corner. I'm assuming you're using your adherent.
Exactly.
All right, spend your overload. As you peekaboo underneath the door, you see another room. Go figure. In the case of this room, let me describe it to you real quick. Key. So, you see, where did that go? Come here, game. There we are. All right. You see that this small cottage has a cooking range and stove to the right from where Ember's standing. You can see a large tattered floor rug with a table on top of it, bread and cheese sitting out for later consumption, as well as some well-used books, an old elk trophy, worn chair in the corner of the room. Everything seems sized to fit a gnome. Everything in here seems to be just sitting as it is. There's a pot bubbling away on the stove, but nobody here at the moment. Maybe someone will come back at some point. You assume that the groundskeeper and whoever is in charge of making sure the pump house stays in good order rests in this place or stays here, but as of yet, it's currently unoccupied.
I think we're in the clear. Let's get in quickly.
As the two of you go to enter,
Is that because of your ears or the nose? Like, how do you know there's nothing on the other side of the door?
Definitely my nose.
Skixon. That's amazing.
as you go to enter, suddenly there's a noise that squelches in all of your ears as you hear Marcus's voice through the communication device. All right, everyone. The first event has concluded. The gathering has commenced. Everyone has entered the building, and they have now locked the front doors. I assume at this point that they will all be meeting inside of the waiting rooms before discussing meals, dinners, plans with each other to make some sort of underhanded and back alley deals. So, time frame. Where's everybody at? We're going to do a little bit of a check-in here. Have you arrived at your designated locations? Where are you? What's going on?
We're in the pump house.
Good to hear that. Glad that you have made it there with Basil. Everything go okay?
It was fine.
Excellent. Della, Jules, speak to me. Where are you?
I'm still in the sewer? Is that what this is called?
Basically.
Yeah, we're on
Marquis
our
is
way.
asking. We're still in the sewer. Had to deal with a broad problem.
We had to deal with a
Broad.
problem. If you have a problem, you could just say it, you know.
Broad problem. Well,
Not you,
keep me informed
part two.
if you make any other discoveries or need anything else. This is when circumstances begin to get a little more hairy. Now that an individual guest has made their way inside, security has been posted on the outside of the manor and will be watching for anybody trying to get in that isn't supposed to. I am assuming that the servants will still be traveling to and fro, like ants on a pathway. So you should be okay, Gan and Basil. But I don't know what type of security measures might be underground. Della and Jules, keep an eye out. If you need anything, let me know.
All right.
Great.
All right, so from that point, we switch back over to the two individuals in the sewer.
Sewer party.
Sewer party!
Ain't no party like a sewer party.
So the two of you have been traveling for a little while underground here, and now I need to move everybody's tokens back to the map because Fantasy Grounds indicates you can only have one on there. So we're just gonna have to put Della and Della and Jules in here without the other two for now. The two of you have been walking on these platforms for a while and haven't found anything out of place yet.
Eyes peeled, head on a swivel.
So you keep walking for a bit, and as you're traveling, give me an aware roll, both of you.
Oh. Uh-oh. Yee.
Look at that dirty 20.
Excuse me, that was a cough on air. How was I trying to avoid doing that to all of you lovely
We
individuals
did.
out
You
there?
caught it, Hen, I think.
No, I didn't. So we got a 10. No, Ken, you're not
Wait.
doing it. We got a 20 from Della. We needed one from Jules as well.
Oh,
And a
I had
werewolf.
to double click it.
There you go. So, Jules, you don't notice, but Della, as you're walking and getting closer to this area, you see that the turnoff that leads underneath the manor is right up ahead of you. And for the briefest of moments, you heard a whoosh and splattering of water behind you.
With that splatter, did it sound like something fell in, or the kind of telltale, like something jumped, like a fish?
How familiar do you think that Della is with the sound of things dropping into water or jumping out of water?
I don't know. I would say that the difference would be how loud the plunk was. Basically, how oh, actually no, the ripple. When I hear that, I would look at the ripple to,
Alright.
to determine how big it was and how like far it probably came from.
So you turn and take a look at the ripple. Now the ripple is diminishing very rapidly because the liquid is not as thin as water. It's a bit thicker than that. So give me another aware roll just to determine how large you think whatever it was that splooshed was.
Ooh, that's a no.
That is a 3. So with a 3, looks like something fell in from the storm drain. No big deal.
I see Della looking. What is it?
Something may have fallen in, but just keep your wits about you. I don't like the viscosity of this stuff.
You do have unfortunate news for Jules there, Della. As you turn and look down this hallway that leads into the main manor, there is no scaffolding from here to there at the moment.
Oh,
Wait.
Oh, this is. Wait, is it bad news for Della or bad news for me? Because I feel it's worse news for me.
It's probably bad news for both of you, unless you can figure out some way to make yourself completely liquid-proof.
How far is from here to where we need to go?
So, from where you're standing, you can see that over in that direction, there is some piping that is closer to the edge of the wall and the roofing. If you could grab onto it and maybe, army crawl hand over hand, monkey bar style on it, further in, you believe you can see other dry areas. But if you miss, you're looking at 20, 30 feet of gloop to go through, and you're not sure how deep it is.
Ooh, that is a no, ma'am from all of that.
It's a goop? Like, we don't know how deep how
It's so dark and murky, you can't tell how deep it is, and it's very thick, whatever it is.
I'm gonna try something.
Okay.
Jules, it's all about experimentation. I am going to just. Cause how tall am I?
You
How
are
tall is-
7'6".
Ooh, that is
Okay.
a tall drink of water.
No. I'm gonna stick like my foot into it. I want to see.
You start
I can-
sinking down to see if you can reach the bottom.
Yeah, but I'm still holding on. Like I'm just doing one leg. I'm just like seeing like how far if it goes up to like my thigh, then that's definitely a no.
As you start sticking your leg down, it goes up past your ankle, up above your knee, and to about mid-thigh before you feel the ground.
Oh.
Mid thigh on 7'6".
Yeah, so like 3.5 feet deep.
And how tall am I?
You are actually 8 feet tall. You're a female
Oh.
orc.
Never
Oh,
mind.
you're bigger than me. Wait
Yeah.
a minute.
Della is taller than you, but not nearly as broad or as muscular.
Do I want to do this?
Della sees that and just says, we could have discussed what to do about this problem before you got all of
We don't have all that time
that.
on the
Okay.
timetable.
Right. So I'm losing a lot of patience with people who keep telling me that we don't have time to discuss a plan. And as Della is saying this, Della pulls out some alchemical things, and I'm gonna spend. You said it's 30 feet, right?
It is 30 feet.
So I could spend 3 charges to do walls from anywhere, and would that basically make it like a 5-foot jump in between to then get to the dry spot?
So you want to do walls from anywhere. How many? You want to do it multiple times, or do you want to evoke chaos?
Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna invoke chaos. I'm gonna do that. I
Okay.
forgot I could do that.
First chaos.
One application would give you about half the distance you need. 2 applications would cover the entire radius, but you're potentially playing with fire. I do have to warn you that if you use chaos too close in proximity to Preston, that the Viscount may become aware of you. You are currently underground and far away and not in the manor, so your risk is low there.
Right. I'm going to use, I think, 1 instance of chaos because it would get me halfway across, but if I situate it, kind of cutting it in half,
Okay.
I would basically have to make it like a long jump to get onto it, and then another running long jump to get to the other side.
All right, well, go ahead and give me a brains roll. Get higher than a natural 5 to avoid chaos. And in order to succeed on placing this perfectly, you just need an 8 or higher on the roll overall.
You got it.
Mm-hmm.
That is a
Look!
23 with expert precision. You were able to place this. So you have roughly half the distance covered, and you're just going to separate these out so you can make a couple jumps or one large long one.
So it would be like we need to do like a kind of a running start to get onto it, and then
Okay.
that one would be far more secure for us to just full on running all the way sprint over.
Okay. All right. So we have an audience question I want to answer here. Using chaos in Aether and Steamworks, if your character has an ability or an effect that they want to be able to do something different or to enhance the abilities that it already does, you can evoke chaos. And depending on the severity of that, 1, 2, or 3, you have a roll target to make, or you end up rolling on a chaos table that your spell or effect turns into instead. And these can be pretty catastrophic, or moderately benign, or just really weird. So there's a trade-off there.
I could have blown up this entire sewer, and this would have ended the heist.
I mean, that would have been the end of the show right there. Or you could turn into
Good game,
Right
everybody.
now.
turn into plushies that get stuck in the sewer floating forever. I mean,
Butterflies.
so anyway,
Oh,
I mean,
butterflies.
butterflies could get you through the compound relatively quickly, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you now have the distance that you can travel across. If you will, you can attempt to leap using your strength. So use strong to run and jump and see if you make it across the distance, and then Jules will follow up.
But I basically kind of finished my diatribe of I'm very tired of all of you not actually taking the time to do a plan. Throw, boom, wall appears, and I'm like, that's what talking will do. And I, how
That's
much?
how you could have talked. You could have made it across.
I actually would have liked. Oh, how much does rope cost?
Rope depends on the quality of the rope. A typical one is only like 2 silver, so you could
Something
easily
that
have had
could,
rope.
would definitely hold my bulk
You
very
were
comfortably.
probably looking for something more than typical hempen rope, just to make sure. So you bought the 10 silver rope. So then you happen to have some reinforced rope.
Great. So I have 80 silver now.
Yeah.
I'm going to look for a place that I could use it just in case my jump doesn't go far enough to kind of give me the extra momentum I would need. So I would have to have a lower. I wouldn't have to be perfect on my jump.
So, in order to get there without having to be perfect, there is a set of piping along the ceiling, like I said, that you can try to attach to if you need to, and fling the rope to do so. So do you want to toss that up there first or jump and toss it mid-flight?
I'm going to toss it first and give it a test because if I pull it down now, I don't want to pull it down mid-jump.
All right, well, first
ruin my
things
momentum.
first, go ahead and give me an agile roll as you attempt, or an aware roll as you attempt to just toss this over. The rope flies through the air, spins one end around the side, and then you just tug it tight. You happen to have created a knot that got caught against the wall and the inside of it that should be very supportive.
And I kind of give it a bit of a tug to be like, all right, it's good?
It is good, you think so?
Then I will ease up on it. So basically what's happening is as I'm jumping, I'm kind of pulling in at the same time to make that jump work.
Okay.
Because if I'm tense back here, by the time I get to the jump, it's already loose.
Then I will give you an advantage, a little bit of bonus to the roll since you are prepared quite a bit for a lot here. Give me a strong roll. You rush, you go across the wall somewhat, and then you make your leap, and you come short with a 9. Unless you'd like to use an ace, you might be about to make it a little bit of a splash, we'll say.
Oh, you're gonna get dirty.
Of course, you could use an overload in walls from anywhere under your feet as you're heading towards the ground.
That is true. I could do that.
There's
No,
an
I
ace
just-
provided by Big B's
thanks.
Fidela for the reroll.
Thank you, friend. Love you very much.
So, go ahead and roll once more.
Please, dear cheese. Don't be worse. 10.
That is a 10. 10 still... No, that gives you a 12 with the rope. That barely makes it. As you rush through the air, and you just swing, and you see, like, the tips of your shoes just through some of the goop, and then you find yourself landing on a narrow embankment of stone. Seems to be just a little off the side, almost like it was carved out of the rock by something. And we now move over to Jules. You've just seen Della kind of leap and rope swing and make it over to this other end. You know that you're a bit of a heavy boy, a heavy individual. You may not be able to jump the same distance. You don't know.
So, is it like just a gap, or is it like a bit of elevation?
So there is a wall that has come up out of the sludge that you can run along the top of, and then it is just a gap after that.
How far is the gap?
Wall gap.
The gap is only about 15 feet at this point after the wall. So, a pretty serious jump.
Yeah. I want to see something. Deep, 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 deep. Ugh. Not that one.
You can launch yourself with a brew that you have if you're looking at just doing it that way.
Is it gummy berry juice? It's gummy berry juice, isn't it?
It's
berry juice.
Bouncing here, there, and everywhere.
Hi,
it is
Alright.
your mush up poly paste can launch you rather than
Yeah,
having
that's
to-
what I was looking at. I'm like, can I? Yeah, I wanted because. All right, cause it's one side effect, and the bruiser chooses one. Okay.
So that will allow you to travel up to distance 6 away, which is 30 feet. So you slug this back, and then suddenly your gut just kind of expands forward, and you go launching through the air. So you drink this, and you fire yourself. I will have to make you aim yourself, of course, to be effectively tossed in the right direction. And we will now roll on the Brewster
Alright.
side effect table. Now, you have 2 tolerants. If you don't like this side effect, you can choose to just resist it using one of your tolerants. Here is
Alright.
what happens. If you accept this, you'll become a landlocked sea urchin of equal height. You can only move around and wiggle your tines. If you come into contact with other beings, it'll cause damage to them. So you will be a sea urchin launched through the air in Della's direction if you want to accept that.
No.
Giant.
There used to not be
No.
a 7 foot
No.
tall here.
Just yeet a sea urchin directly at Della. No. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we get something else, please?
All right, so if you use a tolerance, there on your ammunition on the main sheet, you should have tolerance of 2. Just check one of the boxes. I've done that for you at this point, and you are able to just make that not happen. But you can launch yourself across the distance. Give me an aware roll to see how effectively you aim.
Yup. Oh, double
Oh
click.
boy.
Yeah.
And that is a 15 excellent shot. You launch yourself across the distance and land next to Della.
I'm just.
You are unfortunately seeing in front of you that the chamber narrows and there is still no workers scaffolding in front of you up this. Although it does appear that occasionally there are some dry spots on either end of the tunnel that maybe you can squeeze up against, and it does also appear that the channel itself might not be as deep. You're not sure.
I will help Jules to their feet, and I will just say, "Do you have distilled water on you?"
Pretty sure I do. I'm assuming DM I have
Yeah,
it.
you just reach in your bag and grab some.
Yeah.
We'll need that for when we get out of here, so just hold on to it, please. And very just businesslike, goes over to the thin parts and is just gonna like hup up against the wall. I'm guessing, yeah.
Yeah, it's narrow enough that only your heels are on solid ground. Your feet kind of sticking up over the goop. Give me.
No, I would turn the other way
Okay,
because the balls of your
balls
feet
of
are
your-
far more dexterous.
So you're leaning in towards the wall with your behind sticking out and trying to
Right.
just scoot across that way.
I don't know how ample this behind is, but
Jules, you recognize Della moving into a position that maybe you can't make. Your toes will be
Yeah.
on the edge of that. So give
Yeah.
me an agile roll as either one of you attempt to squeeze through this tunnel, and we'll see what happens when we return to you.
I just want to walk through the. I want to see how deep it is
There's a
first.
7. Jules, how are you checking it? You sticking the leg in again?
Yep, that same dirty leg. Oh.
It goes to about the same depth.
oh, that's a no, ma'am.
See, I can't listen. These hips can't go through that little squeeze. So
You know
we're gonna
what?
go through. We're just
So,
gonna go through
all right.
the muddle.
So we now switch scenes back to the other two inside of the pump house. We see the two of you outside the door again, and Basil has just informed you they believe that there is nothing on the other side of the door. You're not entirely certain how Basil has accomplished this. Do you believe them, or do you
Of
question?
course I do. No, I did. I asked why. They said the nose.
All right.
I mean, it's a rodent. I'm assuming that is correct. I have no reason to question. What accent did I just do? I don't know. Righty-righty-righty.
Di-di-di-di-di. So,
Shall we then go into the next room?
We should. We should probably hurry.
We should. I think it's probably funny that we sent the big giant people down into the sewers where it's like really small and we just used the back door.
what do
We're
we
tiny.
hear over the radio?
They had their choice.
As the two of you have been moving, suddenly there's a splash noise over the radio. Della, what do we hear you shriek out as you fall in?
Oh, no. Della may not like the situation, but there is no shrieking. It's just more of a...
Can I see if I can catch?
I mean, you can
them
put an
and
arm
try to
up
push
and
them
grab a hold
and try
of
to
Della.
push them closer to the wall.
If you just
There
want
you
to
go.
hold Della up against the wall while you walk through the muck, we can do that.
okay.
So Jules is just standing there with one arm out, pressed up against Della's back, holding them up against the wall as you squeeze through the space.
Yeah.
All right,
I can like.
We'll return back to the two of you in just a moment. So, Basil, you move over towards a wall that very obviously seems to have sections of, bookshelves and things like that, a little chair and stuff, just all moved aside, out of the way of this section of the wall. You recognize a servant's entrance immediately.
I kind of figured that might be what it was. I'm going to look around and see if there's a way to open it.
Give me an aware roll.
Oh, is that the trick door that he was talking about?
I believe so.
Hi.
That is, you start searching a little bit, your little claws digging into it and whatnot, but you can't quite find the latch. You know these things are sometimes tricky.
Oh, I love puzzles. Do you mind if I take a look?
Be my guest.
Was aware or agile?
Give me an aware roll. Gen moves over, starts digging around and whatnot, and you recognize the problem. The reason
Hi.
why it wasn't found by Basil is that it's not on the wall, but rather part of the fixture, the ornamented pot to the left, has a small cog on it that spins.
I see. I get it. Instead of looking over there and the obvious clue, it's over there. Let's just try this real quick here. My aunt Polly used to have one like this. She used to have her male friends coming in the middle of the night, right? And so she had to have this. Boop.
As you turn that, the door just slides over almost soundlessly and opens up onto a garden area behind the facility.
That's it. And we are
Well
outside.
done.
We went inside, then outside again.
So as you step out there, I will be giving you some information in a second, but give me an aware roll as you step into the
Gonna
actual
zhuzh
manor.
as well. You know, make sure my hair looks nice. I look all properly noble.
All right. One moment here. Wrong thing.
Oh, an 11.
That's what I'm looking for. Okay, excellent. So, 19 and 11. Basil, as you step out, Gan is just kind of chatting, and zhuzhing. And you notice off to your left a security guard just kind of casually starting to stroll in this direction.
How far away are they?
Currently, 100 feet or so. They're pretty far off. They haven't noticed you yet.
And is this a tent or what is this in front of us?
So, as you look around, the gardens outside of the manor seem well kept and cared for. Flowers, waterworks, pathways over manicured ponds filled with marsh lily and koi, and worn footpaths show a meticulous hand that cares for the plant life outside of the manor. It's an open-sided tent that you see there, with various shelves holding gardening tools, chemical insecticides, and fertilizers, so it does not have walls. And then, of course, you see this individual walking. You can see that there is a bit of a worn pathway in the grass leading off towards this side of the building.
Jen, I think they're coming.
Who? Oh. Should we hide?
I'm not sure where we would hide. The tent doesn't give us anything really. We can go back inside or we could just continue on. And you're going for a stroll?
Aye, we could be going for a stroll. Also, oftentimes I've noticed that the guards around our property at my old house, they tend to go in like a a designated circle. So maybe if we just avoid the path of which they are going, we could avoid them. That's right.
There's a worn bit there, but I'm not sure whether it's from the servants coming from here to there or from the guard. I'm guessing it's the former, not the latter, and that's probably the door right over there.
Guard has now moved another 15 feet closer. Walking as you
Perhaps
through the-
then we should just go around the other way and skirt around and go the long way between this little apparent little footbridge and the thing into the door and see if we can casually stroll. We'll kick rocks. We'll be such a lovely night, blah 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 blah, and then we go into the door. About that, we cover both bases, right?
Casually and quickly, I like that.
Aye.
Casual and quick, yes.
You're going
I
to try
agree.
to act like you were supposed to be there, as I'm understanding it, and just casually walk around until you head towards the door?
Yes.
All
We're
right.
going to fly casual. Yes.
Give me a charming roll from both of you as you walk.
We're going to look at the pretty flowers. You want to just give me a casual roll?
Charming, not casual.
I thought you said casual.
Basil
No,
rolls a
no,
critical
it's-
failure.
Oh no, Basil.
I am acing that puppy.
All right, probably a good idea in this moment. You don't want to be caught before you get in the building.
I think
And
I'm
that
supposed to have a
is
plus
an
1 to my
8.
charming, but it didn't show. It's not showing as such on Fantasy Grounds, but it does show as such
It's
in
on
my
there now.
character sheet. Okay, so I actually got a 14.
All right. So with a 14 and with an 8, eventually the guard starts coming a little bit closer. And as you
Thank
two
you,
are walking
bees.
Oh, but he's got it. Or, yeah.
across, there's a one for Basil to replace the one previously used. Unless you'd like to reroll your
I think-
8.
I mean, we're not. Oh, that's for the charming bit, eh?
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, you're a servant. You have servant stealth, I think. All skicks can get that, right?
I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. We can talk our way out
It's
of this.
it's an actual thing in the book, Barty. Read it.
It's on
It is.
Baji's, not on Skixen.
Oh, fine.
It's still.
So
They have servant stealth.
yeah,
That's a thing.
That's the thing.
It's a thing.
All right, so the guard comes
it's not
over,
just me being an insensitive rich person, okay?
sees the two of
It's
you
just-
walking a little bit, and is like, "Hey, is that Parsley? That you?"
Wait, of course. Who else would it be? I mean,
Well, Parsley's
Parsley-
supposed to be cooking right now for the guests.
well, that's just fine, except for I asked Parsley to take me to the door and they're being a good lad and doing it. So you need to stop your incessant mockery. We're going to the door right now before I get huffy. Do you want to see me huffy? You don't want to see me in a huff.
How
Okay.
did you end up out here in the garden anyway, lady?
Okay, so here's what happened. I was talking to this very lovely alchemist, right? And they decided they said, Katie, why don't you try this booze that I made? And I was like, okay, it's a party. I'm like, whatever, because we're gonna look at shiny things anyway, and everything is better when it's shiny when you're boozing, aren't you? So I went ahead and I took a drink of it, and you know what it did? It knocked me on my arse. That's what it did. And I got lost, and I just all of a sudden ended up out here, and it would be really nice if you didn't tell anybody.
Let's just get you back in the party, I suppose.
Why, thank you so much, but I need to have Parsley come with me, because if Parsley doesn't come with me, I think I might. Anyway, you don't need to know why I need Parsley to come with me. Just
I'm
trust me on
sorry,
this.
I can't get on the bad side of the chief or the lady of the house.
All right,
Parsley's
fine.
got to go back to the kitchen.
Okay, Parsley, you know what? I really appreciate all your help. Maybe you should go back with the servants and do your servanting over
Yes, ma'am.
there. All right.
Thank you for allowing me to accompany you, ma'am.
Would,
You're welcome. My presence shined in your honor, or whatever the hell they say.
the guard turns to you. He's like, "What did they say? They didn't give you any lip, did they? Parsley's been known to give lip to people on occasion."
Oh no, actually, if it did, I don't remember. Because, like I said, that brew just. Have you ever had that happen before?
No, can't say
Take
is
a
that I
tug.
have.
Do
I'm
not-
what?
Do not take a tug off of an alchemist flask in the middle of a party when you're trying to keep up appearances. That's what I've learned this evening, that's for sure.
Oh, all right. Well, lady, I didn't get your name. I apologize.
Oh, Katie? Remember? It says Katie? Katie Ficklefin. That's right. Of the Ficklefins.
Ficklefins.
Hey.
Um,
The Alder clan. We're really trying to work our way in. We've been earning our way.
Oh, right. Ficklefin, the glue company owner.
Hey!
Right.
Hey, the glue. Yes, we're a sticky lot.
Believe it or not, I collect hooves. I could maybe make a sale with you later, or...
That is an incredibly specific hobby you have right there. But
Well,
yes,
I mean-
we could talk. Perhaps it could be a mutually beneficial situation for both our families. Am I right?
I'm gonna try to find whatever you can to make, ends meet around these parts, and I have...
Oh, ends meet. I see what you did there. Because hooves
and glue.
and glue. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so he comes over and he starts escorting you back towards the manor, bringing you to the servants' entrance that was located just around the edge here. And as you step inside, he tells you not to head into the garage, or actually, no, he tells you that the garage entrance is off to the left, and just to go that way, you'll find your way back into the party from there pretty easily. But I've got to take Parsley here back to the kitchen. You know how these servants get some days. They just don't like to listen.
Oh, as I understand. And you know what? I'm going to sing your praises to the lady of the house. I do tell you what, when we have our supper later, why, she's going to want to know what a kind, blessed young man she has here working for her.
Well, I thank you very much for that. But yeah,
Your ace is in my book.
I'll look you up next time that I can with those hooves.
Great. You keep collecting your hooves. It's not weird at all. And have a great rest of your evening.
Basil, are you going to attempt to get out of this individual's sight before arriving back at the kitchen that he's bringing you to, or are you just going to follow him there?
No, I think Basil could do some good in the kitchen. That's a good place to go.
All right,
now.
so the guard escorts you. You move through what looks like a bar that's full of various card and table games. Let's see. I'm going to remove you from the map just to transport you over real quick. Because in Fantasy Grounds, there's no really easy way to do that. So you move through a bar that happens to have, like I said, a lot of games and things like that upon it, in through a cold room. They escort you kind of around and behind the nobility, where they're all gathering inside of a large chamber. You move into an area that happens to have a full indoor pool in it, and then you step into a warm room full of kitchen supplies and gadgets. And I will then describe what either one of you see in the rooms you're currently in. So, in the case of Our Lady Penwillow, when you're inside of this room that you're standing in, the clockwork sound of pumps can be heard very loudly in this padded and soundproof room. Devices designed to push water up to the top floor are constantly engaged, and a large tubing setup in the center of the room, with an electromechanical control mechanism on one end that controls the speed and frequency of water pressure, as well as the level of chemical release for sanitization of the pools and hot tubs within the manor. So all of the stuff that is used to power all of the waterworks seems to be coming through here. The water that is moved from the pump house stops here and continues on further into the manor. When it comes to where Basil currently is, you feel warmth, smell baking bread, and see a flurry of activity as servants from all over the house travel to and fro, preparing and providing beverages and hors d'oeuvres to the guests on this floor. A Skixon in stained chef's attire moves back and forth through the kitchen like a trained surgeon, testing, tasting, and telling others what to do. A few cots are attached to a moderate segmented section of the kitchen for servants who need to be on call for the kitchen. And as you're standing in there, and the guard just escorts you in, there you go, Parsley, have a good one. Make sure you get the job done. Make sure every single guest is taken well care of, and don't you burn any food. You know that that's bad. Then they just like push you through the door and close it and turn and walk off. Good thing, because they didn't notice that Parsley's standing behind the counter, currently cooking away. The rest of the servants that are in there, some of them look at you strangely, some of them bypass. As opposed to the nobility in the house, the servants do know their own, and you don't seem to be one of them, but who knows? So we will now quickly return to those in the basement, to sub-basement / sewer, to see if they can arrive anytime soon up here with everybody
Please,
else.
jeez. Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to because I felt like they was gonna fall, and I feel like they was gonna walk very slow in front of me if they fell in front of me. So I just wanted to push them back up against the wall.
So
My
for
appreciation.
a while here, Jules helps Della stay up there, but the slurping, slopping, like sticky glop that pulls at your legs, keeping you down below Jules until you come around a corner with Della, and you find yourself in a slightly different location. Why are you not moving, Della? Hold on.
Dang it, Della.
Della, come on.
I can't help.
Stop being stuck, Della. So you now find that there's a few more platforms and edges near the edges of the wall, but there seems to be something in the way. As you stand here, looking forward, moving through the area, see a host of clockwork mechanisms on the wall. Lines going up into the ceiling, some wires and chains blocking the path. The scent of ozone fills the already thick air. What do you wish to do as you step around this corner?
Do I recognize this as security measures?
Give me an aware roll or brains, your choice. You can just think about it. Being a trained alchemist, your chances are pretty high.
Not when I roll like that.
Not with a
Uh,
6.
Ugh.
You look at it and your brain slips a moment and you think, what is this and why is it here?
Can I see? Do it look like a lever or something that kind of like lifts up to block? Like, is it?
Why don't you give me an aware roll, Jules?
Okay. Ooh, where did my sheet go?
If you click on the picture of yours in the top left corner, you should
It'll
be able
pop
to
it
just
back up to
reopen
the
it up.
top.
Okay. I was like, it went away for a second.
Poof.
Weird. Aware brains.
Where? Now, you used to
Eh?
work here.
Ah,
With an 8, all you can tell, and this is just because you used to work here, is that this is one of the security measures for the house.
definitely security. But
Okay.
is it like now? What does it look like? You said it was like gears and clockworks. It's not like spikes or nothing, right?
No, they're like fine thin wires that move across the room. The
I
clockwork
will.
mechanisms on the side seem to be doing something, but you can't tell what.
I will turn to Jules and ask: is this a alerting security measure or a deterring security measure?
Do I?
You could make
Do
something
I
up
ever
because you don't.
remember?
You don't know, but you could definitely make something up.
Could I definitely lie?
Yeah, absolutely. What are you gonna say?
What was the question again?
Is this an alerting security measure or a deterring security measure?
Most likely both.
Understood.
Look like if we cross here, it's gonna alert something.
So, seeing where the lines intersect, there's no way that Jules will be able to get through this like Mission Impossible style.
I mean, there's a way, but it would involve going completely submerged because there aren't wires going into the drink.
I will look at Jules and okay, so I'm gonna look for another way around without going completely in. But if I got to do that, it's what we got to do because we got to get in. So
right.
just a quick look.
Let me try. Let me go under there just in case if something
That was a 7.
happens.
Della's not seeing anything that would make sense for someone of your size. Maybe if you were Basil's size, you could have slipped through here, or if you knew how to disable the mechanisms. But you can't see any way to fit through yourself without going under. Yes, Jules?
I want to know if I can make something because this is water, right?
Yes, technically.
all liquid.
Liquid. Is it possible that I can create something that lets me breathe through it just in case?
To breathe in liquid, certainly.
Yes.
You could attempt that with one application of chaos. You could give yourself the ability to breathe liquid temporarily.
Ooh, with chaos. Ooh, I'm scared. You know what? I'ma try it.
Okay. Give
Chaos
us
is fine.
a tough roll.
I'ma try it.
Give us a tough roll, higher than a 5 to avoid chaos.
Okay.
And
I'm good at-
the more
I'm good at
successful
tough.
you are, the longer and more adequate the effect will be. With a 17, so you do happen to reach down, you create a concoction, and you pull up a vial of bubbling viscous fluid, partially taking some of the water out of the area to do so, and then you're holding it in front of you. Holding this, you recognize that drinking it will provide you a bit of sewer water breath. You can, of course, share this with your friend if you'd like.
You want to pop first?
Della will just kind of pull out like some leather cloth and just tie it firmly around their face, not trusting that concoction will not poison them.
I shrug.
Glug.
And just-
You swallow. And now another side effect will begin as a thick and pungent fluid flows through your throat. Suddenly, you see little mud flaps like out the side of Jules' neck. And if you'd like to keep this, you can. Otherwise, you can use a tolerance. The user becomes a landlocked. I'm not going to do the same one in a row. We'll try a different one. All right, there we go. User remembers something they had to do that they had forgotten, like turning off the oven or paying a bill, closing a necessary hatch, blah, 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 blah. So, what is something that you had needed to do in the case of this heist that you forgot to do?
Oh no.
Now, you can keep that, or you can use a tolerance not to have to deal with it right now.
No, I'll probably accept it.
Okay.
I'm gonna accept it. I probably forgot to pay someone on the inside.
All right. So there's someone on the inside that was going to help you in some way that will now be instead upset at you because you didn't actually pull through on your side.
Rip.
Oh no.
All right. That's that part. And then you, after slugging that, realize you can just travel through the muck.
All right.
Oh no! Before going in, Della, I want to pull out rubbing alcohol, and kind of douse myself in it to make myself as less sticky coming out.
All right. So you're
basically,
trying to coat yourself in a little alcohol to try to keep some of that off of you at least?
Yeah.
Also aware of bacteria.
Right. So you just start smearing yourself with it and get the skin all nice and alcohol-y.
Yeah.
Jules, you go in first and just there's a gloop, and then a big bubble just whoop, pops on the surface, and then Jules starts moving underneath. You can see this like hump that's just following them from the fluid that's rising up over Jules' back.
And just, like a knife into butter, down, whole way submerged.
Do either of you keep your eyes open underwater?
I don't.
I don't.
All right, both of you have your eyes closed.
But since Jules is going in front of me, I'm putting my hand on their back. So that way if they stop, I gotta stop.
High or low?
Oh. Wait, which one?
Della, high or low?
Low.
All right. Okay. As you proceed to go in and reach down to put your hand right across Jules' back, you instead push them right on the rear, and they stumble forward in the muck a bit.
You touched their butt.
I didn't mean to.
And then as you move underneath the wires, Jules, give me an agile roll to avoid maybe triggering a wire.
Who touched butt?
Della touched your bum on accident and then shoved you a little when trying to reach your back, and now you might trigger a wire.
Consent, man, consent.
I got
That
nervous.
is a critical failure.
You gotta ace that one, friend. You got that one.
If you'd like to use an ace to avoid that roll, looks like Tiara's stepped away temporarily. Hold on just a moment. All right, if you'd like to use an ace to avoid that roll, Ciara, at the top of your sheet there is an ace button you can double tap. Although Big D's has given you one on the house, so
there we go.
You can just re-roll right now, and we'll see what that total is.
You're muted.
Thank you so much. Another agile. Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh, thank God.
15. That
That's
time
much better,
you
though.
feel like a little bit of a jerk, and then you stop. It's a surprised sensation that causes you to lift up slightly, and then you stop yourself before you hit the wires, and you just kind of look back over your shoulder like you can actually see with your eyes closed for a second, like, what the hell? And then you could proceed forward through the tunnel. You both come out on the other side of the sludge, and seem to be now traveling a little bit further through the tunnel, but you do see a lot of these things in the way. So, do you just keep sliding in underwater for now, since you've already done it once?
I mean, we're already here.
Yeah.
No.
All right. So you just continue being submersed for a while before traveling further into the facility. As you're getting closer, you're beginning to hear the sounds of something above you. And it's rhythmic, and you begin to realize there's music noises coming through the floor. As you're getting closer to the manor, and you can hear the sound of pumping water, you come into another area here. So I'll describe that here in just a moment. All right, so the broken scaffolding here, there is some off to the side from where you're at, is stained with ichor, something black and sticky, only slightly out of place due to the filth that exists everywhere else. Within the murky water below, nondescript shapes can be seen. I mean, maybe you could get a better look at them if you looked closer, had a light, stuck your head underwater, whatever. The very dim-lighted bioluminescent moss nearby, there are grates that lead to the surface, is no comfort to a traveler in this hellhole. Bubbly froth covers the sludge under the mansion, likely remnants of detergents flushed from the systems or related to the water features in the manor proper. A barred door sits above the murk to the east, although it doesn't go all the way to the floor. Someone that wanted to could submerge again and then go under the grate. A large sluice pipe is slightly to the south, just to your right from where you're at. Rather small and claustrophobic, but in so long as the deluge from the manor wasn't being processed, someone might be able to climb up the piping into the manor from below. Woe be to the one that gets stuck in this tube, however, it is likely no one would ever find you. So...
Well, there's no way Jules can get up that pipe.
No, like
Not
if it's
likely.
no. I can climb up there, but I ain't gonna be able to get down or get through.
Okay, so our
Della,
only...
you believe you could squeeze through that, and, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I will try. If I get through that pipe, I'd be able to open up a way for Jules to get in.
Likely. There's a hatch up on the ceiling, but you believe that
Okay.
there's no way to open it from here.
Gotcha. So, Della will go back under to get under this next security system. So I will tell Jules my plan of, okay, I will go up the pipe, stay here, keep quiet. I'll hopefully be back momentarily. Oh, I need your distilled water.
Why?
Because I assume that when I get through the pipe, I'm going to be in the mansion, and I will have probably less than 10 seconds to not
I just push it into their hand.
be smelled?
All right.
Smelt?
There you are.
Smell? Sweet.
All right, so Della, you gather the water from Jules and clip it onto your belt, and then you head over underneath once more and to the edge of the pipe and start climbing up underneath. It is currently dried on the inside, but there is like flecks of flaky stuff. There's little remnants of liquid and moisture in here, but up above you can see a small bit of light coming from there. You'll have to just kind of squeeze into the tunnel and then use your weight or some object to climb up. Unless you brought something.
I'm going to say yes. Obviously not pythons, because they wouldn't work. But... wait a minute. We live in this is a steampunk society.
Yep.
Magnets.
All right, so you brought magnets, hand magnets with you. Something that
Yeah.
could give you enough, like some pretty strong neodymium
Grips.
hand grip magnets for
Yeah.
climbing on the outside or inside of buildings. Those would have cost you 40 silver,
That's fine.
but you do have a couple pairs inside of your belts.
Great.
So you grab them and
Oh.
ding, ding, and then proceed to start climbing upward, a little step at a time.
Mhm.
Give me strong just to see how long it takes for you to climb up.
Ooh, boy.
There you are with a 19. You start moving up relatively quickly, but you do recognize that Jules would likely just get jammed in here. So we move back above to the manor proper real quick as we
Oh.
see...
As I'm going up, I'm going to alert my friends, the other two I'm about to go into the manor from a pipe and hopefully allow Jules to get in. Status report?
I'm inside the building, about to enter the party. Doing good.
Basil?
Basil, you probably shouldn't notify anybody of it.
I was gonna say Basil just kind of looks around at everybody in the kitchen
A little
and kind
buzzing
of
is happening
wiggles the nose a little.
from your ear, and a couple of servants who are near you, like clattering plates and whatnot, kind of look over. If they had been less busy, they probably would have immediately asked you questions.
Basil is in the kitchen, so
Oh, that's perfect. You could use that as a distraction. Poisoning one of the meals will definitely cause an
Poison
uproar.
most of it.
Poison most of the meals.
Or, just a later meal. If you poison one of the later meals, it will cause enough of an uproar that if something happens, we might be able to get through.
Basil's nose twitches again.
Basil, of course, is Skixen. Skixen speak in squeaks and movement. They can't be heard over the radio anyway.
Oh, right. Well, Della,
Oh.
however, does speak Skeen. So squeak, 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 squeakin', squeak, squeak.
Well, you can't speak Skeen over the radio. Anyway,
also Basil does speak other languages. We've been
Basil can
communicating.
understand them, just can't
That's what I'm
verbalize.
saying.
Yeah.
You don't have to squeak-splain at them; they can understand.
So we see again standing inside the room, getting ready after the security guard has left, and there is a machine in front of you that seems to be buzzing at the moment. And as you look over to it, there's a small set of gauges that are starting to rise, and you're hearing the sound of humming starting to appear in this machine. And then you hear your friend talk.
You're talking to me.
So
No, were you talking to me, Ty?
I was talking to Gen, yes, to you.
Okay. Like you're like, ha ha ha. Like, no, seriously, I don't know. So it's just raising. Is there a falling action and a rising action, or is it just building up pressure indefinitely?
It's building up until it reaches a line, it looks like, on this device. Give me an aware roll.
Okie dokie. Says 12.
12. With a 12, you can determine that this is measuring fluid output levels that after they reach a certain level will be dumped through the central chamber.
Through the central chamber, you say?
Through the central chamber in front of you, yes. You're not entirely certain where your friends are, but since they're down below, they might be in the way of this stuff.
Adela, darling, dear, Pookie Pie, where is it that you said you were? Because there's the machine here building up pressure, 'cause it's going to dump out, and I don't know if it's going to be dumping out in your location or not, but, might be something you want to be aware of.
Della, from your position climbing up in the tunnel, you feel drips of water start coming down, and you hear a buzzing noise and a sound up above you.
Oh dear. Is this a moment where I have time to get up, or I'm going to have to weather the water?
You don't know directly. You believe that you might have to weather the water quickly unless somebody can do something about the outflow.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is this something that I perhaps could stop from...
Give me a brains roll again, and let's see if you understand how to make the machine stop. But Della would probably want to let you know that they're in danger first. Because otherwise, you don't have a reason to.
Well, there definitely is a dripping happening and a sound of a mechanism starting. I think I might be in that very pipe you mentioned.
Oh, gee. Yeah, I had feared that was the case. Okay, let me see. You just hang tight in there, and I'll see if there's anything I can do, okay? I'm gonna go, take a look. I'm kind of switching into Mrs. Doubtfire. It's happening. It keeps happening more.
I mean, that's fine.
Just embrace the Doubtfire.
We love it, though.
All right.
She's supposed to be British. I'm Scottish. God damn it. Okay. What am I rolling?
So give me a brains roll.
Okay.
And we'll say with an 11.
Or 11, yeah.
You recognize that this device has 3 buttons that might help you. One of them seems to have to do with pressure, one of them seems to have to do with force, and one of them seems to have to do with just shutting everything off.
Um, hello. This is Gen. I was looking at the mechanism, you see, and I'm looking at it. I'm not a plumber. It may surprise you all to know. But I see three options here. I can either stop the pressure, I can stop the machine, or I can do a third thing that Shannon does not remember.
Turn off everything.
Or I can, well, that's the thing, yeah, or I can turn off everything. Is there a preference? Or does anybody have any idea? Oh, this was all channels.
Yeah.
Anyone can input if they have it.
What?
Go, Jules.
Since I worked here before, do I know anything about it?
Give me a brains roll as well. Let's see what you know. Since you used to work here before, I'll give you a little bit of an advantage. So you'll have a lower roll target. 14. All right. So you know that if she shuts it off, that if the buildup is too great, it will just backflow, and all of the toilets and sinks and things will just have everything start coming up out of them.
Let's put a pin in that for later.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah,
could
I
be
kinda like
useful.
The other one allows you to control how much pressure it's willing to build, which could damage the machine over the long term. They said not to do that, to leave it at certain levels so that it was able to contain enough of the fluid effluent to make sure that it filled the tank enough and then dump it down without causing damage. But then it had to flush more often, which was water waste. And the other one is about how large the piping is to open or close. Typically, if you kept it low for a high amount of force, it would be to try to spray blockages out of the tunnel, which would make it probably more painful or problematic for Della.
Also, that seems like a good option.
No. You should probably keep it open and lower the pressure. It will. I am assuming that what's dripping on me is actual like water.
You
Yeah.
just keep telling yourself that, dear.
This would
Yeah.
be waste. It's gray water from the manor.
But it's not like the disgusting filth that I've just come out of.
Not you're lucky because there's not a lot going on at the party yet that would have caused it to become more gross. This is mostly prep water from the kitchens and from the baths and things like that.
Nope. That's perfect. If you can lower the pressure and widen the pipe, you'll basically just give me like a slightly high pressure shower, but not enough to knock me off of my perch, which means that I will be less filthy coming out of this thing.
All right. Well, that is what we'll do. I will go to that button. I will say, okay, steady yourselves. I'm going to count down. It's a 3. It's a 2. That's a 1. And boop.
Suddenly, there's a and then water just begins spraying down over you. Give me a tough roll to avoid falling down below. You will take a small amount of damage from this. And we'll see if you end up just out of the tunnel back at the bottom.
I will be waiting at the bottom of the tunnel just to check. Oh,
There's an ace. You don't want to have a 2? Okay, try again.
oh, please.
Ooh, 17. Those orc muscles hold on tight. And as that blast of water comes down, you do feel a little cleaner. Although there is some suds in this, and there's some, like, countertop cleaner and things like that. And you're pretty sure a bit of chlorine, and, since you're an alchemist, there's a lot of things in it that are kind of making you smell 9 shades of funky in various different directions.
That's why I have this distilled water. All right, we're coming back
But
up. We're going.
You have removed biological clumps from yourself, so...
Which is the hard part.
Lumps.
And you begin climbing up again until you find the doorway. There is a latch or a hatch in here, but there's no handle on this side.
I'm going to alert Gen.
Aye?
Were you next to the pipe?
I am next to pipes, yes. Can I hear the knocking on the pipe?
I said I'll start knocking and see. I'm gonna knock lightly so as not to like.
There's a gong 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 inside the room with you.
Oh, I'm going to follow it.
You move over to where you can see on the side of this device a large half square pattern with hinges on the edges of it and a lever that is just locked into place to close the actual door.
I'm going to knock once.
Clunk.
You knock twice for me.
Knock, knock.
Just
Right.
noise comes through.
Just making sure it's not just knocking pipes in general. I'm not going to open this up and get spewed with sewage. That would be terrible. Covered in sewage and organic clumps and everything. Doesn't sound fun. Anyway.
So you open it up, and you are faced with Della,
Well, hello!
soaked, kind of smelly, and obviously having a bit of matted hair at the moment.
I got a +1 because
So, bearded
still good,
Shannon,
Barty.
Barty, and Gwen. Everybody's getting +1s to their next roll.
Yay!
Hey.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank you, Anna.
I take out the distilled water that Jules gave me, and just going to add in a couple of extra things, a little essential oils, and you can make a homemade deodorizer out of distilled water, baking soda, and essential oils.
Okay. You're going to deodorize yourself. Give me a brains roll just to see how good it comes off. And that is 9. Not great.
10.
You still smell just a little funky, darling.
That would be moderate. You do smell a little strange, but you're not nearly as bad as you were before. Between the shower and the oils.
Great. I will take a 10.
All right. So now we have Della inside with Gen. They did admit that over in this direction is the. I assume you have the map up here as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Over in that direction that I put the arrow is a garage. But when it came to the servant and a security guard leaving, servant being Basil, they headed this direction. So, as the two of you meet up, what are your plans?
Oh, this could be actually. I need to try and calculate where that door was that would let Jules in.
That door should be to your right, somewhere in this room.
Start looking for it.
Give me an aware roll.
Great. And I will tell Gen about it as well.
All right.
Oh, all right. I look around.
Give me an aware roll also. Della seems to be struggling with finding something that should open this. But Gen is able to see that there is a
Puzzles.
small security panel over here where the arrow is pointing. And on it, it's kind of disguised as an ornamental thing.
Boy, they've really got a one-trick show around here. Everything is like little vases with little cookies on them. I bet that's your handle. Your
This
door.
has a couple of things on it. One of them seems to be 3 lines, and then one of them seems to be an X, and the last one seems to be a little jagged, almost lightning bolt looking thing. All of them are switched to on.
Do I recognize this machinery?
No, it's not familiar. It was custom built.
Oh, didn't your let's see, Jules? Hello, come in.
Yes.
So we've got your door that we're looking for, but you worked here before. That was a conversation that we had, correct? So 3 lines, an X, and a squiggly line. Open the door. Do you have any idea what that means? They're all stricken on currently.
Do I know, DMs?
Give me a brains roll so you can try to see if you remember.
Ooh, I have so many. Where's my sheet? It's right here. Where?
There.
There. Okay, brains, right?
Yep. Did you know anything about this at all?
Ugh.
No, you have no idea.
Well,
No,
no.
I wasn't really down there.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. So, shall we just start flipping shit and see what happens?
In the world of Aether and Steamworks,
Mm-hmm.
does an X mean a bad thing as a button?
Sometimes.
I mean, it's an X. It's part of the alphabet. I mean, what do we got? We got a squiggly line. Is that like Harry Potter? And then we have like the 3 little things. Are we like in the Sixth Sense or something? Like I don't know.
Marcus off to the side. What are you all talking about?
We're looking at a door that needs to be opened by 3 switches, one of which is 3 lines, one of which is an X, and one of which is a ziggy-zaggy. Do you have any idea?
Um,
I went
Lady
that faster there,
Amelia
didn't I?
does not have the greatest faith in her servants or her security guards. It's likely that those are pictograms representing something. Squiggly line, probably electricity. 3 lines. Is the door wood or metal or grates?
Unknown?
Great.
Is
Yes,
great?
it was a grate.
It was a great.
Do,
Oh, maybe the 3 lines is a great!
I would assume
do
that.
I see any of those same symbols where I'm at? Anywhere?
You don't see symbols like that down there, no.
Okay, I was like, please don't let
You
me.
do know after Marcus has stated that the lady does make everything as stupid as possible for her servants.
Of course she does.
Damn. Well, Penwillow, if you will.
Hey. Oh, it's, shit, I forgot to write it down. What did I say my name was? It was Katie.
Finfellow?
Oh, something with the glue. I
It
don't
was
know.
flibber something or other, but I don't
was-
remember it either.
It was Finn. It was an FF word.
Yeah,
It was like
I
fin- Fin
Flipper Fellow?
Fin flipper? Fin follow?
Fin flipper.
You know what? It's Flim Flipper now.
Fim flipper.
It is.
Flim
Fin
flipper.
Flipper. Katie
Flipper.
Fin Flipper. Can't even say it.
Katie Fin
Oh.
flipper.
Shall we go ahead and try to flip the switch with the great looking thing on it?
Please do.
Bloop.
As you go to switch that, we pop down to Jules for a moment. Jules, you're
I don't
standing
like
down below, you're waiting, and you're listening to everybody. Give me an aware roll.
I'm scared.
Oh, jeez.
It's okay.
I'm scared.
He's not gonna hurt you.
I mean,
I'm
it
gonna
might, but you'll be okay.
14. You standing there and you're waiting for everybody, and you hear them over the radio talking about what they need to do, and then you hear that noise you heard earlier in the water. You
Frickin'
see
amnesia.
ripples starting to appear.
I start looking how to get out of the water.
You're standing on a
anything I
little
can do?
scaffolding at the edge of the water, but you're fine for the moment. But as you're sitting there and the door kind of opens up, something rises up out of the water and begins hissing at you loudly, and you will now see what it looks like.
I don't know that we wouldn't.
Oh!
A huge
It's
thing
the snoot pooper.
comes up out of the
I want to
water,
poop that snoot so
hisses
much.
loudly at you, and then starts coming towards you very quickly as the scene fades to black and we go to our break for today. Thank you,
Oh my good-
everyone. Intermission. We will return in about 10 minutes. So, hey, get yourself a snack, get yourself a little bit of a breather, stretch those legs, and when we return, can Jules avoid the serpent snake? Will we ever find the honeycomb emerald? And can this heist actually be achieved?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back in a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Honeycomb Sting, brought to you by Roll for Chaos and the Aether and Steamworks crew, which is me. I mean, I don't have a crew, but I have all these wonderful people who support me all the time, so that counts. That is a crew. That is a crew as well.
We're like a crew.
Yeah, crew.
Yeah.
So,
Gang, gang.
at the time when we
Inflection.
started, or left, we started the break, there was a giant serpent rising up out of the muck in the sewers. But before we figure out what happens next with that, we see Basil standing in the kitchen. Everybody kind of moving about very, very quickly. Before Parsley, obviously overworked, very much too busy, turns and goes, "Who are you? And why are you in my kitchen?"
They thought that I was you, Parsley.
How does a Skixon have an accent, you ask? Well, with lots of training. They... what now? Imbeciles. So who are you? What house do you work for?
My name is Basil. I came here with Lady Katie. What did we decide your name was?
Fin Flipper.
Fin Flipper.
Ah, a lady Fin Flipper. Well, if you're going to be in here, you might as well make yourself useful. Quick, stir those potatoes.
Basil will go stir the potatoes and kind of get a feel for the room.
You see that there's a mixture of stress and anxiety overflowing everywhere in here as people are rushing to and fro and bringing objects out onto the floor. You can feel an almost palpable sensation of fear from some of the servants who do not wish to anger or upset anyone within the institution, but especially not the Lady Amelia Goldrose, who has been known to be violent with her servants. You can see bruises and cover-up makeup spots on various individuals here that have had the wrong end of a pot thrown at them, or, keys or ornaments or various artifacts that probably shouldn't be treated as such, or the Emperor might be upset with the Lady Goldrose.
Basil gets a little more angry and Teeth starts jerking at his chain.
Teeth off to the side, just starts growling a little bit.
Not yet, but soon. Where is Ember in here?
Ember is wherever you wish them to be. Being an extension of your own personality, where would Ember be?
Well, probably after being told that her ladyship doesn't like food to be burned. Ember's first reaction would be to go closer to the food to burn it.
So you see Ember standing there at the edge of the stove, manipulating the heat, very struggling, of course, because without your permission it can't really do much, but just struggling, and you see the heat knob just slowly going.
Not yet, Ember. Not yet, but soon.
Aww.
Very, very soon.
Or not yet. Now.
Go play in the fireplace.
Okay.
You see Ember just bounce and then rush over to the flames. You see the flames start kicking up a little bit. So from there, as you stir this, you see Parsley just starts ordering things out to various attendees. And after a period of time, where do you wish to end up? Do you want to continue working in the kitchen? Are you working on bringing something out? Where are you going to make your way towards?
I'm going to work my way towards taking something out so I can get out and about. I also, however, have a small vial of not poison, but the ether version of Ipecac.
Okay, yeah, let's just be Ipecac.
And we're going to stir it into something.
All right, so that would be 5 silver to have that. And as you're standing there and you're getting ready to pour it, give me an aware roll. All right. So you overhear a little bit of the gossip. You know, people are talking as they're moving about. Something a little too busy. Parsley's yells at a couple of them. "Now be quiet! Not the right time or the place for us to have these sorts of discussions. You know what will happen." At the end statement of one of them going, "Oh, if only we were working upstairs. They at least treat their servants slightly better." There seems to be another kitchen. The one upstairs is for the high rollers, for the more important nobility, for the creme de la creme. Down here is mostly for servants and for the lower nobles.
I won't poison this food then.
So you're like, oh, all right. And do you try to find anything else out? Are you searching for any information?
Well, Parsley's not here, not yet, makes me think that there are probably some plans going on. So I'm going to try to gather a little bit more information on that. Obviously, the servants aren't happy, but are they planning revolt? Are they interested in revolt? Could I plan a revolt for them?
Give me a
Most
charming
of which would just be
roll,
let's revolt.
and we'll just see how much information you're able to kind of garner without being forceful. All right, so with a 15, you get the general idea that the servants here are relatively well paid. It's a cushy position in this area of the city, which is sometimes a little difficult to live in. Nobody wants to go back to the Undercity to begin with. At least here you can see the sky. And when it comes to their conditions, none of them are happy, and most of them are fearful of the Lady Goldrose and her family. So it would take a bit to get them to rise up against their master.
Okay. I'll just file that away in the back of my brain and think of ways to make their life better.
You do get the opinion that many of these individuals are potentially good servants. Well, not necessarily. I mean, that's a horrible way to say that. But individuals who are hard workers, who are capable, and if the Goldrose family were to fall apart, that they would find new homes very easily.
Oh, that just kind of focuses Basil's desire to bring the family down. So yeah, that totally works.
All right. So Basil, from there, do you try to make your way out of the kitchen carrying some goods of some kind?
Exactly. Try to make my way out and trending towards the upstairs kitchen, if
All
at
right.
all possible.
So give me an aware roll to see if you can determine when someone might be traveling upstairs and try to sub in, or you might just have to say you're going there. Seven's not going to do it
Ooh,
for you.
I am going to ace this one.
All right. Here comes an ace. That is a 16. With a 16, you determine that the upstairs sends someone down at some point and says that they need some supplies. Upstairs has run out of fresh eggs and honey, and they need it now. So, as they begin to gather things and get ready to bring them upstairs, you intersect, or you cut in and claim that you will take this up above. And the lady there is like, "Oh, that place is dangerous anyways. Are you sure you want to do that? I mean, they know my face up there a little better than yours."
Which means I'll be safer because they won't know how I'll react. It'll be fine.
I
Thank you
suppose
for
that's
caring, though.
true. Well, here you are, and just be careful. The chefs, as long as they're fighting with each other, they won't find reasons to get you in trouble. And she just hands you the goods inside of a small basket.
I take the basket and start heading upwards.
All right, so you head out, and you know that you've passed a stairwell not too far behind you. So as you step back out into the pool room, you see a few noble individuals now sitting on edges of the pool. Some of them have dived in and begun swimming. It's not yet time for the masquerade ball, so you still have a little bit of time left before the events will transpire. But as you step out into the hall, you hear over the radio, just to you at the moment, "Basil, be careful. The Viscount is coming your direction."
I twitch my nose. And then start heading towards the stairs.
All right, so you turn, you travel left, you start heading around the corner, go to the door, and as you open it up to head up the stairs, you see an individual right in front of you with the Lady Amalia on his heels. The mistress of the house, or the lady of the house, and the Viscount himself. Who is Viscount Preston Dumas, you might ask? He is a trained hound for the DAD, the Department of Aether Defense, an individual who seeks out magical threats and eliminates or locks them away. He's been incredibly capable at his job and is a very powerful and dangerous person. As they come over there and you open the door, the very first thing that the Lady Amelia does is just, like, nod at you to get out of the way. You step back.
Basil makes themselves as small as possible.
Give me a magical roll to see if you're radiating any energy right now. The higher the roll, the worse.
Oh, it's rude.
So as you're standing there, you see you see Ember like turn and look at this individual, and teeth just kind of come out from the side and begin growling deeply at him. And the Viscount steps forward a little bit, looks over at Amelia, and looks back at you. Excuse me. Do you belong here?
Please, sir, I came with one of the nobles but was put to work. I just need to take these eggs and honey up to the kitchen. I don't mean to be a bother.
Excuse me, child. Skixon, youth, that you are. Have you been afflicted with nightmares? The Lady Amelia's like, this is no one. This is a servant. Why do you... Shh. My dear, stand back. Know your business.
Ooh.
What is your name, Skixon?
I'm Sage.
Sage. Roll charming for me, please. Sage it is. Like I had asked before we were rudely interrupted. Your nightmares, your feelings that sometimes your life is beyond your own personal control, your voices from places you do not understand.
My mother was killed in a collapse in the Undercity, so I have nightmares about that sometimes.
Mother killed in the collapse. Have you been a capable individual? Do you ever suffer from malady, illness, weakness? You find yourself not quite on par with your others.
Not really. We Skixon are fairly healthy and capable. I really just they need these eggs and honey, sir.
You concern me. There's an air about you that is odd.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll change it if I can.
See to it that you do. When this event has finalized, I wish to speak to you again.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
Madam Goldrose, if you will, please retain this individual at the end of the night for me. I'll have a discussion with them in your cell. That is all. You see him, like, turn and begin walking away. The Lady Amelia turns over towards you.
What are you doing? Causing a scene here. You, be about your business immediately before I get upset.
And Basil will beeline to the stairs and just run up them.
Whoosh.
You in danger, girl.
You run out, start heading
Oh,
up the
yeah.
stairs right away as quickly as you can. And we'll return to you shortly. We now go back to our regularly scheduled program in the sewers. Jules, Something massive has risen from the depths and is now staring at you, hissing. You can see broken bits of old dried blood and such around its mouth. And as you're sitting there, as the light is reflecting off of its scales, you look off to the left, and within the murk below, you see the bones of something that has been eaten down in here before.
Cool. Uh, uh,
You in danger, girl.
I'm in danger. All right.
And directly
They
off to your
didn't
right,
open the
by the
door
way,
yet.
on the map, directly off to the right, you see the metal bars just up into the ceiling.
Okay. That's leading towards. Ooh. Do I know where that's leading to?
Somewhere further under the house, looks like.
Do I know? Okay, it looks like a snake, right?
Mm-hmm. A
Okay.
really big snake.
Cool. Being a very smart doctor, physician, do I know the anatomy of a snake?
Give me a brains roll.
I like that logic.
Do I know the anatomy?
You start thinking about
Pathology, you know?
you start
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
about the anatomy of a snake, the skeletal structure, the location and housing of the brain, and the skull, and its organ placement and positioning, and its oviducts, and all of these things. Yes, you do know the anatomy of a snake, a regular
Okay.
one. This is obviously quite big by comparison.
Oviduct? Really?
I mean, every part of a snake. Give me a break.
Do I know if it has bad eyesight? Do I know if snakes have bad eyesight?
Your thought would be that whatever this one was, it does seem to have small eyes. It does seem to hunt via scent, and whatever whatever method it's attempting to find you with, it currently knows where you are.
Oh, damn. I was like, wait, I'm stinky. Hopefully they don't know me. Okay. All right, knowing that. Ooh. Do I have mm, 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 do I have like perfume or like some type of since I'm a brewster and my past knowing that I used to make some stuff for
Yeah.
the lady of the house. I was planning to use something that will like mess with her, but do I have anything in my pocket that might be a little too strong for a nose?
So you're thinking of like a really strong smelling substance?
Agent, yeah.
I mean, you could have perfume or cologne base in your pocket, ambergris or what have you, that
Okay.
you're preparing to turn into something else later. So that could have been something you had, yes?
All right. Ooh. Okay. Get on the radio. All channels. Y'all pushed the wrong button.
Oh.
I'm in trouble.
Should we go ahead and push the other
You
buttons
hear
as well?
a screech noise, and that snake begins darting towards Jules very quickly.
Whoa! I'm gonna try to like dodge out the way.
All right, give me a defense roll to see if you're able to get out of the way as this thing
Alright.
bites you.
Okay, defense. Click the.
Just double click the defense box, yeah.
Okay.
Nat 20. Jules, this does provide you with an advantage of your choice, something that will benefit you or the others in your group. So the option is you can jump far enough that you're able to get to the other side of that grate right now. That would be the one that just benefits you. If your allies can assist you then, they could potentially close that, blocking this thing from coming back after you. Think maybe it was let out before, but now it's on the other side of the door. 2, you will, the other option is, and something that could benefit your allies, You can distract this serpent one time during this session at a later point that might be used to help you escape.
Nah, I'm scared. I'm going to be like, I'm gonna jump over. I'm gonna like, yeet. Use my thighs, all that muscle, and once I'm on the other side, close the gate, close the gate, close the gate.
You push the button and it just comes down right in time to see this thing snap at you. Massive dagger-sized, razor-sharp teeth and fangs just cling, cling, cling. And you see the bars bending slightly.
Turn and move my muscle legs through that one.
You just
go.
begin running. As you're running, you're noticing bones shattering under your feet at the base of this thing. Whatever it was kept in here for a while.
No.
You run for a while longer, and then you see, more chains and more bones, and you keep rushing down the hallway as fast as you can, that banging noise still behind you.
No.
So, Gan and Della, the two of you are upstairs, and you hear Jules mention you push the wrong button, and then telling you, close the gate, close the gate, close the gate, before you put it down, and then the floor begins shaking.
Do you feel that?
The floor you're standing in, yes, begins rumbling as something slams into the gate down below.
Oh, I think our snake is pissed.
Okay.
Do you want to try pushing the electrical one?
It's currently on.
Oh, that's right. They're all on. Della, where are you going now? Do you need us to open a door, or you... Also, I think this thing might... I mean, is it, frequently making this sort of racket, or we should probably go? What?
You talking to me or Della?
Anyone who's listening, I don't know what to do.
I am currently haul-assing through muck.
You're just hearing slosh, 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 slosh.
Right.
I'm trying to figure a way into the thing where I can be able to get up where you...
Jules, you hear a crunch noise as bars break behind you.
Okay, I am in danger. Danger, I repeat. Danger.
So, Della, you're an alchemist, aren't you?
Yes.
Maybe we should throw something down that hole on top of that snake, eh?
You wouldn't be able to see it at this point. Jules has
Do
now
they need
traveled
to
quite
see?
a ways farther than either of you are.
No,
anywhere
the
near.
snake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Jules, I'm going to ask you a question, and I hope you can answer. Was it a male or a female snake?
That seems irrelevant.
I don't care. Why would I know the gender? Do I know the gender?
There wouldn't have been a time
You
to really
she
know
knew
this.
the ovum
Oviduct.
node, or whatever you
Yeah.
said, so...
Because if I were to concoct pheromone that would attract the snake away from Jules, it would be helpful to know which sex it was. I'll just try and make
Jules
something that's...
Just
Well,
sends
if
back
that's an
screaming
ill
as the water is
thingy.
frothing behind you, and this thing is moving very quickly down the tunnel after you,
Yes.
Jules.
All right, I will craft a something that will attract any kind of big... Well, hold on.
Vanilla. Vanilla is the universal.
Vanilla.
Everybody loves vanilla.
Based on where I was, and I can roughly guess the size of this thing if Jules is running terrified, that it's quite large. Do I think I know what kind of snake it is?
Give me a brains roll.
Sure. Oh my lord.
No idea. Not with that roll.
All right.
Okay, well then,
So,
I'm just...
As you're there, over the radio, Marcus says, "All right, they have moved on to beginning the masquerade. They're moving into the ballroom."
So I'm gonna go ahead and go out to the party. You guys have this, correct? I mean, I don't know what I can do.
crafted snake bait to throw down the thing, so that
Clearly
way...
you've got it handled. And Gen's gonna go ahead and head towards that while they're figuring out this.
All right, you heading towards the garage door or the bar door?
The bar?
Yeah, it's this one here.
Like the bar is in to drink, or the bar is in like bar?
As in to drink from.
I go to the bar. Of course I do.
Alright, so you step over, opening the door up, and of course it is in the way because
We can continue back and see what happens with the snake. I am mildly curious. I mean, I don't.
we'll be back to that in just a second. So
Okay.
Gen steps into the bar room. You see a bunch of nobility sitting around playing cards. Some of them are standing at the pool table. Other individuals are
She
drinking.
doesn't walk in. She sashays in with an air
Sashays.
of grace and dignity befitting her house.
Of course. So, as you enter this room, the smell of smoke, leaf, alcohol, and personal enhancement scents is almost overwhelming in the libation and game room. An L corner bar sits on the left with beverages, kegs of drink, bottles of wine at the ready. A few minty and salty snacks are placed in serve-yourself bowls on the counter. Pool table, card table, chess table, and strange mechanical device with various knobs and levers sit nearby. And as you see individuals kind of enjoying themselves in here, a couple of servants coming about fulfilling the needs of food and drink, just traveling through some of the doors. None of the individuals here currently are really paying much attention to you yet.
Is there anywhere near me a half drink or almost empty drink that is unattended that is sitting anywhere?
Give me an aware roll.
Oh.
Either no, or you see one sitting there. Your choice.
What?
I
What?
feel like
What? What?
I feel the key word is going to be unattended. But you know what? I'm going to take that drink that is sitting there.
You grab a hold of the drink
Unattended.
that is sitting there unattended, and are now holding it. What are you attempting to do next?
I am attempting to look like I have already been served liquor and I have been here for a while without
Okay.
drinking. So I would like to take my drink and swirl it a little and kind of just walk across the room.
Okay. So you begin walking across the room when you hear a "Excuse me, madam," from behind you.
I feel like this is a tall person.
It is a relatively tall person, yes.
I am quite short, I assume.
And as you look up to the side, you see Deer and Armistice, a suit orc whose house is known for threats, logistic, and testing allegiances with the Empire. And as you're standing there, he looks over to you and goes,
That is my drink, madam. Why would you take it?
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I would like to know if I recognize the drink. I am a proficient alcoholic, as it were, so I probably
Give me an aware roll.
understand. Son of a bitch!
"It's
I'm gonna go
apricot
ahead and
brandy."
Ace that. No,
You're gonna ace
no.
that?
Yeah. No. Yeah. No.
Uh.
No. 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 That's better. 17.
It's a triple distilled whiskey.
Are you into Merry Meadow triple distilled from you say whiskey from wheat grown on Myocenas? Because that's my drink.
You are changing the subject.
As you
Yeah,
run
no
into your
changing-
complication, the smug jerk.
Ha,
Oh no!
ha, ha.
I mean, I'm not changing the subject for you. See that I'm just impressed. Nobody else knows that this guy.
I don't care about all your knowledge of all the combined drinks throughout the entire Aether Sphere. Get your hands off of mine before there's a problem.
I apologize for the mistake. As you can see, this alcohol is, is quite fine. It's quite lovely, and it's gotten me a little. So I apologize. Sir, madam, you said suit. Actually, I didn't.
I don't
Sorry.
recognize you or your attire. Where do you
I'm not
hail
wearing
from?
You're silly. I'm wearing.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
Oh, you don't recognize? Well, I mean, it would be very impressive if you recognized everybody. Do you?
Many people, yes. Especially individuals with close ties to the Empire.
Oh, all hail the Empire and their glorious wisdom and paperwork, am I right?
I can tell you don't mean what you say, which is angering me quite a bit, I have to admit.
You definitely emoted. You know what? I really have enjoyed this conversation. I am going to go ahead and continue on my way, enjoying the party, and hobnobbing with my with my fellow Imperial fans.
You see
You
that
have a
you
nice night.
do.
Yes.
Don't go trying to swipe other people's drinks again. You have plenty here for yourself, don't be an ass.
It was an accident. Don't be such a
I don't think she may target me in specific, trying to piss me off.
Okay, boomer. I'm just gonna go.
As you like walk away from that individual, you see that you've made a bit of a scene. Some of the other nobility is now looking up at you.
I'm going to look at the ones that are looking at me like, Skye, am I right? Whew. And try to walk off.
You start walking, but you see one of the other individuals kind of rise up from a table nearby. You see that this individual is wearing nearly full plate mail, emblazoned with the silver shield symbol, a very square-looking hat, very meticulously groomed beard. As you see Arl Stonehelm. House of theirs is known for security defense and alarm systems. They present most of the peacekeeping officers with their current uniforms, attire, and training. And as Arl Stonehelm is looking at you, he goes, Miss Penwillow, why are you here? Did you get an invitation?
Well, how would I have gotten in if I didn't get an invitation? This is a fine affair, and of course, with people like you here for security and everything, I wouldn't stand a chance. I bet the riffraff are crying outside, just bouncing off the walls trying to get in. I'm gonna go.
You see some of the other individuals, upon hearing your name, begin whispering to each other in the corners. That's the one. She never keeps her mouth shut. Tells the lies of everybody's. Oh no, hold on to all of your finest secrets around that one. You can't trust him. Not an inch.
You know what, Stella? I know that you. Never mind. I'm not even gonna give you all the time of day. I was invited to this shindig, and I am going to have a good time. Now, excuse me as I go on my way to the ballroom where I'm going to dance like no one's watching. That's right.
As you go and walk off, which door do you exit through? The east door, southeast door, or the south door? You don't know which one is which at the moment.
I don't want to walk out the wrong door with that kind of attitude. That's not good to have to turn around and go back into. Is there a sign that says
No.
ballroom this way? I mean, it feels like you should do that if you're gonna have an exit out of a fucking bar. Everyone's gonna be confused and drunk. Do I hear clinking? Do I hear music coming from the
Give me an aware
direction?
roll and see if you can hear where music might be coming from.
Son of a bitch!
Nope, you don't hear music.
You
You just hear people snickering and talking about you behind your back.
You know what? I'm going to go out the. Oh my god, the way. We're gonna go that way. I'm going to go out. I can't remember how to. I'm gonna go
Southeast
to
or south door?
the southeast.
All right.
Yes.
So you walk over to the door, swing it wide open,
Unless of course it's the wrong door, then I'll walk
And-
the other.
you find yourself in the meetings area, whatever that's called. Hold on a second.
The foyer.
Well, the foyer, the welcome room. So, decorative marble flooring polished to a mirror shine greets you, as well as lighting setups around the room designed to provide an air of comfort and relaxation. Large lit chandeliers overhead glinting with enhanced candlelight and with the faces of cherubs speaking out from the metal tines. To the west is a sign that says servant wing and garage. To the east is a sign saying swim room and moon pool. And to the north is the sign dining hall. I will allow you another wear roll to see if you hear music yet.
course, they have signs to everything else, but they don't have signs to the goddamn ballroom.
The signs are all in this area.
Oops, I rolled agile, but it's actually the same roll anyway.
All right. With a 13, you do begin to hear the sound of piano music and flutes and things like that coming from upstairs.
Oh, I think where upstairs do I see stairs?
Not right here, you don't. But you remember them being closer to the front end of the building on the map that was shown to you by Marcus.
Right.
You could also ask Marcus at any point in time if any of you need assistance with anything.
Boop. Marcus.
Yes, Ken.
Where is the ballroom from the entryway?
It's second floor east side.
Do you have any idea where there might be a flight of stairs I could take?
Travel. Where are you?
I am at.
Oh, there you are.
Yep.
Travel south just a little ways, then turn to your right, and you'll see a staircase over there. There's also a lift, but I don't recommend using it.
Wait.
The servants watch it. They have bellhops that actually control the whole thing. You'll have to run into more people.
Alright, well, I need cardio anyway. Up the stairs we go.
So you run down to the south, and then you turn and look to the left, and you can see a guard there, as well as a large automated bee that's floating and holding a plate.
Is that something one runs across often?
Nope.
Bee. An automaton bee.
Yep.
And so do I have to go past it?
Well, yes. So you move beyond it after initially being surprised by it, and it turns and starts coming towards you.
Just gonna look at the tapestries. Just go, ooh. Those are
It buzzes over
fine
next to you,
tapestries.
zzz, zzz, and as it stops right next to where you're at, it just goes,
Libation.
and it holds a little plate that's filled with little tiny hors d'oeuvres.
That would be grand, thank you.
You take one of those, and you eat it, or you just hold it.
I'm just going to hold it because I don't know what Basil is doing in the kitchen.
So you hold that, and the bee just kind of hands it to you and then starts drifting off towards the next individual.
Is that B incorrect?
Nope.
Is that B incorrect?
It said libation, which is a drink.
It did
That's-
say
that's,
libation, yes.
That's why I went to go drink it, and then he asked if he was going to eat it.
They gave you an hors d'oeuvre, not a drink. So yes, it was misprogrammed to say the wrong thing. You also notice that it is very obviously suited in metal plates and with an active stinger that sometimes retracts and ends up back. You think that it was actually a war machine that has been changed or repurposed into being a floating spectacle?
I don't know how to process this information. I'm not a tanker.
You make it to the stairs, and you begin heading up. As you round the corner, you see a tail just going up the other side of it.
I see a tail. Do I recognize the tail?
Give me an aware roll?
Why'd you say it's so funny?
Recognizing a tail would probably be relatively hard.
11.
I'd say it looks like a Skixon tail.
Well, I'm going to just continue up then.
All right. We move back to Della. Della, you were struggling quickly to try to find some way to maybe pull this snake off of your friend who is currently running as quickly as their beleaguered legs will allow them to run amidst the sludge. Jules, while you're running, can you give me a tough roll, please?
This was coming. Oh, I knew
As
it.
Jules' complication comes into place,
Yeah.
Jules has hamstring cramps all the time when running.
Oh no.
Yeah, you said tough.
magnesium and potassium.
What was
Yes,
it? Agile or
tough
tough?
roll. Tough roll.
Tough. All right.
That is it. That's the thing. You start running, and then suddenly your leg just tries to go out from under you, begins stinging super hard, and then behind you, you're hearing as this thing is getting closer and closer.
Fuck this. I'm going to turn around
Okay.
and I am going to use Do I see the snake?
You absolutely. Massive shape that's undulating through the waters and coming straight towards you.
All right. I am going. The moment it pops up, I am going to throw the Laxalex oil.
All right. I mean, perfect. So, I mean, you might have used that in a different circumstance, but this is a great one for it. So the creature just rises up out of the water, and you throw your Laxalax oil. Give me an aware roll to see if you can hit it. So you
Alright.
got to be accurate with this.
Did I click it? Oh no, I didn't do it.
Haven't clicked it yet. There you are, and that is a 9.
Did I?
Your
You know what?
opponent.
Can I use my ace?
You can, yes.
Alright. Where?
Ooh, 18. You rear back and you fling this, and it flies through the air, smashes into the giant snake's mouth. Looks like Ciara
Hey,
has
Doyle,
also
you have
gained
an
an ace from Hey Doyle, so you also have a new ace that you can use later.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
First off, side effect. Oh, no.
What? What's
So,
going on?
as you launch this over and it shatters into this thing's face, you see the snake kind of turn and look at you strangely, and then it climbs back out. The brew itself climbing out turns over you and just starts shouting.
No, I'm not gonna be eaten by a snake. Are you kidding me? That's disgusting.
And you see it flop to the floor and is now just laying there on the ground.
You get your ass back in that mouth.
All right, hold up. I'm sorry. Does this thing have sentience? And did it choose that? Like, I'm good. Thanks.
It said I'm good. Deuces, that's on you.
It noped out.
So your Laxalax oil is now back in its bottle, but on the ground nearby that it is pulled back together.
Is the snake confused by this? I mean, I'm confused.
I will tell me high or low. High or low. We'll see if it is confused.
Low.
All right, and moderately. So nothing major, but it definitely like stopped for a second, giving you a moment to breathe.
We both just looked at the thing like,
So are you gonna try to go back and grab that, or are you gonna just turn and try to book it?
how close is it?
It's about 10 feet away in front of you.
And how close is the snake? Like it crawled out of
It's
the
about
snake.
15 feet in front of you, so it's real close to that.
We might do a baseball run.
Remember,
Might
your
do a
leg is
step-
cramping, so.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit, I gotta get my Laxalax. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I see the bottle. All right, I see the bottle. Can I use a blowgun to hit the Laxalax oil and then make it explode at least?
You can attempt to do that, sure. So you're gonna try to just splatter this over the snake anyway.
Yeah,
This is your last chance, so give us an aware roll as you try to shoot this back at the bottle.
I'm panicked. Okay.
You hit the end of it, and give me a d4 roll for damage. If you get more than 2, you'll shatter the bottle.
All right, D4. Wait, isn't it under abilities? Yep. Wait.
It should
No,
actually
that's
be on your front sheet. So under main, on the bottom left, there's the applicator, blowgun.
Uh-huh.
Just double click on the little diamond looking, or the triangle looking thing. That's for the die roll. 1 point of damage. The dart is just gonna bounce off.
GG.
Unless you have another, you have another ace. Hey Doyle did give you another ace. You could use that to re-roll this.
This is crazy. I'm gonna use all my aces. Yes, I'm gonna use the other ace. Yeah.
All right, ace is up. Go ahead and roll again.
All right. Come on, D4. What was that?
1 again.
The god said no.
The last chance you have is
Yeah.
if you want to do something else and not have to deal with this necessarily,
Yeah.
is to Joker card and give us a flashback of what you did to prepare for this exact moment.
And, That's an option, right?
That is an option.
Oh God. Okay, the snake. You know what? You know what? We said experimentation. Oh wait, no, my leg is cramped. Damn, I
Yeah,
can't do
you
it.
can't run.
Oh,
Well, you can
okay.
run through a cramp. Just push through.
Jules can still
Ooh.
run when the leg is cramping, but only has half their movement. The snake's gonna catch up way too fast.
Yes.
Wasn't Barty gonna do a
Okay.
pheromone?
We'll still see that in a moment. Currently, Jules is in the heat of.
Jules is going to. Ooh. Why is that a regular 3? All right. Yeah, I am just going to. I'm gonna try to run. I'm gonna try to run. Because I don't know.
All right, so you just turn and start sprinting in the opposite direction, kind of like pulling that one leg that's not working behind you. You're slowed down quite a bit. If something
Yes.
can keep this snake from chasing you down, then you might not have to worry about more attacks at the moment. So we move back to Della. Della, you hear screaming noises and shouting noises, and you hear "Oh hell nah" come over the radio.
Oh hell no!
Well, this is going swimmingly. Okay. I'm going to hope that this works. And just toss it down. Kind of like assuming that snakes have a great sense of smell. Based nothing solely on just the movie Harry Potter: The Chamber of Secrets.
I think that's a basilisk, but oh, are you talking about the snake? It's, yeah.
Like he can't see you, but he can still smell you.
Yeah.
So just like a vapor that would attract this creature to come towards the vapor instead.
All right.
I'm not sure what that would be.
Give me a
but-
brains roll. We'll see if you can concoct something with stuff that you have
Help.
using your alchemist satchel. Critical failure.
However, there is an ace in the chat for
Yep.
whoever critically
There
fails.
is. He's left an ace for the
Oh,
first person
thank
that crit fails a
you.
roll. So you can re-roll.
I will re-roll that. Thank
Blessed
you.
bees.
17. You create a chemical agent that will either A, temporarily distract the giant beast, causing it to slow down and wait a moment, or will enrage the beast to find who has entered its lair, causing it to seek that thing out, but to become stronger if it comes against anybody in the future. So either a temporary slow or a greater slow that makes it a bigger threat if you run into it again.
You know, I heard pain over that radio. I heard a lot of things, so we're just gonna say the second option,
All right.
and
So
just hope
that
no one has to go through there.
splatters down below, and there's like a bit of a haze now happening, and then you hear, Jules, you hear a and a hissing noise, and this thing that sounds almost like a rattle, like a and the giant creature turns inside the swamps, inside of the muck, and bolts down the tunnel very rapidly.
Are you no longer being chased?
It went away, but
Where are you, and how can we get you out?
I look around. What do I see?
You are down in the sewers. At the moment, you have traveled. Let's see, where's your map at, real quick? I'll grab that. So you have rushed down the hall as far as you could. You find yourself at an area where there's a turnoff, one that heads south and one that heads to the east. The little east section, you can see and smell something, but you're not entirely certain what it is yet. So I'll describe that to you real quick. Steady
Okay.
dripping and the sound of vibrating machinery can be heard from this area. It appears to be a cul-de-sac. There are small hoses, pipes, and tubing attached to a device that might be related to water processing above you. Give me an aware roll to see if you can determine where you might be.
Okay, cool. May the gods.
Critical failure. All right.
Rip.
With a crit failure,
Oh.
you will either provide Della exactly the wrong information, making it more difficult to figure out where you're supposed to
Do
be
you have a
going next,
virtue?
or your radio breaks, but not before you find out where you are and how to get up.
I do have
Mm.
a virtue. All right. Can I argue my virtue?
How would you argue justice in this circumstance?
All right. Jules came down here to get basically to free everyone else from this horrible person. Madam Goldrose is a personal vendetta. He is not going to sit here and die by this fucking snake of that bitch. He is not.
I mean, I buy it.
I mean, I guess it would be an
It's an
injustice
unjust
to
end.
have you die in the swamps under the house you came to get revenge in. I'll give you your virtue right here.
Good job.
So go ahead and re-roll. It's no longer a
All
critical
right.
fail unless you roll another one. But
All right,
I'm
and that's
saying
a where, right?
yes.
Okay. All right, please. Why? What's with me?
6. You're under a pool of some kind. There are 2 main ones on the lower floor. You know that. One is what's called the moon pool. It's filled with like these glowing water. It's specially brought in. And the other one is the indoor pool. So one or the other.
I relay that.
Uh,
Is there any more vibration where you are?
Relaying that information, you get a message from Marcus. If you're underneath the main pool, then to the west of you, just a short distance, you should have access to the boiler room.
Okay. Okay.
If you're under the moon pool, heading west will just lead you back out.
Oh, well. I mean, it's better than being stuck with the snake. Oh. So yeah, I'll head towards the boiler room, right? That's what
Yeah.
he said.
He said that if you're under the indoor pool, then heading west will get you to the boiler room. If you're under the moon pool, heading west will just make you leave. Well, go back towards the entrance where you came in.
Okay, either one is good. Okay, better than stuck here. All right, I'll head west.
You begin heading west. Do you know which way west is? Give us a toughness roll to see if you can determine which direction west is.
I thought you was asking Sierra, and I was like, nope.
West is the area that is the opposite of east.
That's what my answer would be.
oh, I thought you said Weast.
Beast.
As you look down here a little bit, you can tell that some of these mosses seem to be pointing where north should be. And you figure out the direction that you should be heading is west, which is the tunnel you just ran out of. The snake is back that way.
What the fuck?
The only other option is south or east, so...
Marcus, if I go south, what happens? Where would I end up?
If you go south, you will end up under the sauna, I think, or the fountain in the front yard.
All right, and I'll head south.
All right. You begin heading through the darkness once more, slogging through the muck and the mud, dealing with this now caked-on griminess that becomes very, very potent. And
Yeah.
find that there is a fork in the road. There's now a west and a south.
Okay. He said keep going south. Like south is the pole, right?
South is the sauna.
You know what? I would like a sauna, so I'm gonna keep going south.
All right. You head further south for a while. You begin hearing the sound of splashing and dripping, and as you come around the corner, I will read what you see.
Another snake. No.
No.
Another snake. Snake, snake, snake. As you walk down the tunnel, sludgy water takes on a different type of foul smell and a fungal quality. Small patches of mold and mushrooms can be seen growing at the edge of the decidedly filmy water covered in an oily froth. The liquids dripping from this piping here are full of chemical agents. Where the piping heads up into the ceiling, a sloshing and swirling water noise is heard. Otherwise, it kind of appears to be a dead end. The tubing here is too small for you to fit through. but there is a grate you can see up into the ceiling. It's about yay big, about the size of like a cantaloupe, and you see up through it feet walking across it, and the occasional towel, and the occasional. Never mind. As you're watching some of the nobility that is now moving nude and bathing inside of the hot tubs upstairs.
I'm just going to say we have a snake, we have mushrooms. Where are the badgers?
Badger, mushroom.
Oh, we just showed our age.
Yep.
I don't know what any of you are saying.
See?
Guys,
Okay. All right. So I see people. All right. All right. I remember picking up. Can I pick some of those mushrooms?
Certainly.
And I want to craft something so stinky, like a straight up stink bomb. And I want to slightly, like, gently toss it up in there. Just
You try to get it into the sauna room?
I'm trying to get the stink bomb into the saucer room to clear it out.
All right. So go ahead and give me a tough roll as you create a brew. This will be considered a hell broth. And you'll launch it up through the grate.
Double click. Okay.
You mix up some of those mushrooms together, you add a couple of additional agents, you spit on it for good measure, and then you launch it through the grate. Shatters against the wall, and a scent like 10,000 million-year-old eggs splatters all over the inside of the sauna room. The stench begins to become even overwhelming for you down below as it begins to flood through the area incredibly powerfully. Congratulations, you've completed creating a distraction, one of your first required steps in order to achieve the goal.
All right.
good job.
Do I hear them running out?
Yeah, you hear
ugh.
gagging and retching noises coming from within. Oh gods, what is that stench? What is that horror? Oh no, it's in my nose and won't leave. I can feel it in my soul. As you have effectively cleared that room out pretty seriously.
Perfect. Can I get through the gate the moment everyone runs out?
So you will have to break it open a little, because it is too small for you. So do you have an object you can use to try to smash open the grate?
Yep, the club, right?
Yep, give us an attack roll with it. So there is an accuracy button right off to the side of it. And we'll see how well you're able to hit. Solid smash. Now roll for damage, and we'll see if you have enough to break through.
Okay. Double click. Why is the one? The one.
You have dented it seriously, but you have not broken through yet. But we'll give you another chance here in a moment. If you'd like to just continue doing this, you can do it until you break through. But the more you do it, the louder you're going to be until it draws attention.
Okay.
So we'll come back to you in a moment. Della, from where you're at inside of the pump room, you had tossed that down below. You had gotten the snake off of Jules. Jules never responded that things were better. But then you began to feel the banging, and you notice that large object in the center of the room begins shaking and rattling as something is coming up the tube. Searching for whatever interloper dared enter its lair and tried to stake claim, it is now heading towards the origination of the source of the scent.
Which is here.
Yes.
So, question. It's coming up the pipe, you said?
Yes.
So, I'm going to go over to the little mechanism that Jen used to help wash me. And I'm going to look for the button that closes slightly and the pressure button.
Pressure wash button.
I would just like to very powerful jet of water at this thing, and hopefully it stops.
You walk over to it and you take a look, and you immediately recognize the pressure isn't currently high enough, as there have not been enough flushes or drains used recently to refill the reservoir.
Okay. How do I solve this situation?
Should have put that ipecac in the food, and then it would have worked itself out.
Okay. If there is no pressure, that snake is going to come out in this room.
Likely. And it might chase you as well.
And it might chase me as well.
Or
Second
something that
distraction?
smells like you.
Or something that smells like me. Okay. I'm gonna open
Don't
the...
you smell like that weird cleaner essential oil shit you put on yourself?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to look in the opposite door that Gen went out of. Jen.
Gen.
It's
It is
Gen.
Gen.
Oh, it again. Great.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look out the door that Pinwillow went out of and go to the other door.
You open the door to see a large garage space. There doesn't seem to be anybody inside. A couple of automated carriages are parked in the little bays around it.
Okay.
There is a single stationary cloud hopper in here. It's a vehicle used to float a little distance off the ground, sometimes do sky tricks. It's like having a jet ski that flies.
Okay, great. If this is a garage, that means that most likely that work is done in here. I need oil or some other liquid.
Give me an aware roll as you step in to see if you can find some.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
9. With a 9, you either don't find it or you do, but maybe not enough.
Let's see. No. All right, I've got 2 charges left before we start burning overload, so let's do this. Okay. So I'm going to take some of that oil, the little bit that I can find, and I just need to disguise my scent. I have some of the deodorizer that I was planning to give to Jules because I thought this was a door straight up. Hey, status report on anyone else. Are we close to getting what we came for?
So, as we do that, I will shift to the other crew who are upstairs, because we haven't actually gone upstairs yet. So, we move to the second floor. Basil was the first one to come out of the stairwell. With, again, not too far behind. Basil, as you've stepped out here, there is 2 doors away from you. One to the left, one to the north, one to the west. And you can see a symbol that says ballroom on it, on the one directly north of you.
There's the sign.
Yeah, of course. The sign's right here.
Right there.
Is there a place for them to kind of ditch the eggs and honey?
Not in this room. It is very barren. There's just a marble finished floor, polished marble floor, and that's it. Just the 2 doors.
Was I right behind them?
You are coming up the stairs at this moment. So if you're struck with uncertainty at any point, Basil, as you're waiting, again, very quickly walks up the stair behind you. But you hear someone approaching from behind you relatively quickly.
I'm going to go listen to the door that is not the ballroom to see if I can figure out what's behind it.
You move over there and stick your head up against it to listen. And then again, you pop up and see Basil standing there holding a plate of food.
Fancy meeting you here! Hey! You know where the ballroom is?
Just points
There's
at
a
the door.
fucking sign! Nice. Why do you have milk and honey?
I was
Or
in the
whatever. Eggs and honey.
eggs and honey.
Eggs and honey.
It's a
I
land
was
of
in
milk
the-
and honey.
I was in the kitchen and found out that the food is being prepared for those in this kitchen up here. So I was bringing it up here so I could poison the food.
Aye, this is a good idea. What were our 3, GM, what was our, it was distraction?
Distraction, keeping the Viscount separated, and getting rid of security, basically. The security on the gem.
The security on the gem, right, and the Viscount taking a busy. Now, does the Viscount enjoy eggs and or honey?
The Viscount enjoys talking to me, but I'm trying to put that off as long as possible.
So at this
Oh.
moment, Marcus's voice comes back over. The ball has slowed. They're about to show off the gems, the emerald. We need to hurry.
Great. So, um, um, the, Della, I feel like you have something. Are you trying to say something out there with your finger raised?
Status report, everyone, because we have a slight issue.
Oh, well, we're upstairs and trying to figure out how to do some things while we go in here and take this here jam away. What's going on?
So the giant snake that was chasing Jules is about to come up the pipe.
I mean, oh.
Which, however, might satisfy one of our requirements of getting security on this thing.
Aye.
As long as... So, I don't think any reason to stop it, so let's just let them handle it. I'll escape out of the garage if the two of you can swipe the gem in the meantime.
Aye. Basil, how interested in having a conversation with this Viscount are you?
Not particularly, but if it will aid everybody else, then I can do it.
There is
He
one.
thinks my name is Sage, by the way.
Sage. I like how you stuck with the herb. That's good. Jules.
Consistency.
Are you? Hello?
You hear a bang.
Yo.
Oh. What you doing?
I just created a distraction. I made a stink. I made a stink bomb.
Oh. Okay.
And I'm trying to get up in the fucking sauna.
Okay. Well, that's boy. Marcus, did you have any of that leadership shit you were throwing out there earlier for us now?
Just so you're aware, the Viscount and the Mistress Amelia are currently in the ballroom. The Chief of Security is downstairs over near, looks like the garage.
Oi,
And people are scattering and vomiting in the pool.
You're welcome.
So, maybe... Della... Well, so you're by the garage, was it, as well?
In the garage. There's also a hopper here. I can get on that to get away. I also can throw this lovely scented or deodorizer at the chief of security and have him be the distraction, or have him deal with the snake.
Oh, that sounds
The
like
chief
fun.
is a notorious coward. He does also happen to have the codes required to turn off the defense matrix around the emerald.
Oh,
Maybe get
then
those
how about-
first?
Yes. Sounds like a good idea. I'll start moving towards that, and actually, I'm gonna smear the oil on my face to like, as a reason to get him over there. Like, I've got oil in my eyes.
All right, so you smear oil on your face and begin heading through the garage. What does Gen do and what does Basil do at the moment?
Well, I feel like I could maybe dance my way over to that gemstone if it was being, well, how do they work exactly? Like, is it a remote control matrix, or does he actually have to be there, you know, like double keys? Like, what's the...
It was described as it's a pedestal that happens to have power sent to it from a security office downstairs.
Downstairs, you say? Anywhere near where, Jules is?
It was either in... This is... The places that Marcus had stated it was in was either in 10 or in 20. So, Jules is in 28. 20 is not that far. It's right across from the pool room. 10 is directly next to 16, which is the garage. So, Della is actually close to 10.
Okay. Marcus says that to all of us then?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what's the plan then? Is for you then, Della, to get the key codes, go put them in. Basil Sage over here distracts the Viscount, and Jules just tries to escape and then figure out what to do from there.
It sounds about right.
Yeah.
But you may want to attempt to make your distraction slightly larger the moment you take the gem, so nobody notices it's gone for a period of time.
Do I
Yeah.
happen to have the fake?
No.
How are you planning on getting that fake there?
Once you have brought me the fake, I can make sure that its copy is perfect. That's what I need it for.
Actually, if we need to make certain that some people don't pay attention, such as the Viscount, do any of us have any magical abilities that might, I don't know, set the Hound a slavering?
Or,
You
I-
wish to draw the Viscount on you?
Basil is twitching and pointing at themselves.
And Basil's. I
Um,
mean, there was already an engagement where the Viscount seemed rather interested in Basil.
I think that's what we were doing. So perhaps then you could. Isn't that terrifying though? This is like the Viscount, right? He's the one that like hounds down for the DAD, right? Like,
Yes. You
what's the
don't want to make
guarantee
an
that-
enemy of the Viscount.
well, what he's just gonna like just crush him? Like Basil's good. I'm starting to feel
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
Basil could play off like they are an unwitting recipient for this magic. Like those individuals that sometimes have Eternals latch onto them. The DAD has been known for stripping those away.
You could play like, oh help me, oh Viscount, I'm so scarred and stupid and I don't understand my abilities. They like that shit. Right?
Basil just twitches their nose and starts looking around. One of the things that Basil is able to do is actually see Eternals.
Yep.
Are there any Eternals in the area?
No. You've been noticing a very distinct lack of them, and you think it's because there is mithril in the walls of this building.
That would do it.
Well, anyway, to get his attention off of the gem, Penwillow, you're going to have to be the one who has to swipe it. So we need to make sure we have to make this go off simultaneously. About how long do we have until that snake is up here?
As you listen, there's a bang and metal shatters off of the hinges of the door, the pipe.
I say we have about 60 seconds tops, probably 30.
I'll get to me tango! How about
And Gen goes rushing through the ballroom door into
I'm
the
dancing
massive
and
room.
dancing.
So as you step inside of there, I'll describe what's in it, why not? I made all of the things that I could read, so might as well read them, right? The beer finished on the polished granite of the ballroom must take days to set correctly. Around the enormous space are chandeliers that likely cost a fortune and a few unique statues that house decorative artifacts, displays in gaudy fashion. To the south, a massive stage is seen, set with various props and costume pieces for entertainment. Housed in the center of the ballroom, a large case of exquisite craftsmanship and technology boasts a cantaloupe-sized gemstone, honey in color, and bearing the honeycomb pattern that tells you this is the one and only emerald you are here to take. Contained in a glass and machinery case, the emerald spins slowly, glowing while hovering a few inches off the platform.
What
So-
are people gathered?
You see
Around?
people swaying and dancing to soft music being played by a small orchestra on the stage. You see the Lady Amelia standing off to the side, speaking with the Viscount again, and just kind of looking bored and occasionally glancing around the room. And the gemstone itself still currently has red ropes around it and everything, so nobody can go and look at it closely yet.
Basil, perhaps, do you know how to? I guess you can't answer. But if you're in it, I'm going to tell the Viscount that you're crying and having weird experiences in that their hallway. Okay. I take that as a exuberant. I'm down for this plan.
As you're loudly speaking that from the side, you see some of the other
No.
nobility nearby turn and look at you.
I like wink and smile. I'm gonna go over to the Viscount. I
Mm.
have no magic, so I'm okay. Anyway, oh my goodness, what's his first name? Or what's his name? Like
Preston
title,
Dumas, Viscount Preston Dumas.
Oh, you're Viscount Preston Dumas, aren't you?
Why, yes, and you are Gen Penwillow.
Aye, that I am. You know, as Outer Clan in our hearts, I saw the weirdest thing. I just didn't know who to tell, and I feel like it may be right up your wheelhouse. I am sorry for being impetuous and talking to you in a situation like this, but uh, there's a young Skekson out in the hallway. They seem to be talking to something that's not there, and there's this strange feeling that things are moving around them and they're not touching it. I don't know what to do. This is your area, right? I don't want any
You
harm
are
to come to the
one for
party.
embellishment and
I
for
yes, I am.
a great deal of words spoken by someone such as you that often cause lasting damage to others.
Oh my gosh, have I made a mistake? I don't. I'm sorry. I'll just go. I'm sure they're fine. They're probably just ate some bad cheese or something.
You see Lady Amelia off to the side go, Ken, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm sorry, milady. I had to come to keep appearances. You heard what happened with my family, and I can't have that kind of shame over me. Please forgive me.
Don't bother the Viscount.
I'm sorry, but there was the sticks in it. It was in your home and didn't know
Give me
what
a
to do.
charming roll again as you're sitting here to see how much you convince
know
the Viscount.
what we're going to do as well? We're going to go ahead and we're going to use that little ability that I have as a jack. That's called Masquerade. Actually, it's a noble ability, and what it does is it allows me to get a bonus to my rolls. For this particular thing, it's a +2 to all social rolls. It's giving me the local customs, dance steps, and casual conversation. You know, because I am a noble, so that lists for the entire scene.
Yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and strike that, and I'm going to go ahead and roll it. So, what is it? You said charming? And that was plus, what a fucking farce!
So it'd be +2, that'd be a 7.
So, what's really important here is my heart. And I am afraid for my poor accomplices here that if I mess this up, I'm going to hurt them in some way. And therefore, my compassion dictates that I succeed at this role. Otherwise, harm will befall my companions, and that's just not okay.
Give that to you, sure.
Cool, thank you.
You know, I kept saying to myself that we were rolling so great in the beginning that it's gonna turn sour at the end. And here we are.
And here we are.
How many net ones did we roll?
So many.
Yep. There you go.
13.
That is a 10.
14.
13.
Well, 13.
13.
Oh, no, 14, because I have a +1 I never use. I actually have two +1s I never use.
So the opponent...
And one from Doyle.
And one from Doyle. Hey, Doyle.
Looks over at you, and as the Viscount stares
Look
at
at how cute and blonde my beard is. How could I lie?
You know, I should check it out, at the very least. If you are wasting my time, I will be quite frustrated with you.
I wouldn't do such a thing to such a prestigious man with such a long neck.
Thank you. And you see him, turn and start walking away from you. Lady Amelia, at his heels. Viscount, you don't have to... I mean, she's not even part of the house anymore. I mean, he's just
Probably follow him.
I already saw that there were some problems with your servant. I must remedy it sooner than I thought. And he just turns and begins walking away. As he's striding away, you notice that his cape begins drifting on its own, and an aura of energy starts flowing off of him as he walks.
Oh, wait, no. You're in trouble, girl.
I'm fine.
Oh, yeah.
So the lady turns to you as he leaves, and she just puts her hands on her hips. Well, you've gone and wasted my time. I was making progress.
Oh, you know, it'd be a really good way to make progress with the Viscount. Would be to follow him and help him and make sure that he knows that you're extremely helpful in this situation and you'll do whatever it takes. I mean, that's what the
Roll
D there.
charming again
Ooh.
for me, to see if she falls for this play. So you raise your hand, or you start talking to her right as she raises her hand and prepares to like call over her security. And as you speak, you see her just kind of like bring her hand down a little bit and go, you know what, showing interest in what he's choosing to do. You're right. That might be the right choice to make. You're not a complete imbecile. And she turns and starts walking across the ballroom. Why is my window open?
right.
Hold on, everybody.
Everybody's throwing up in her pool. It's okay.
It's fine. I hope they're
Having-
pooping in it. I hope they're
Yeah, they
pooping
just
all over
letting
that
it go.
pool.
They letting it go in her pool. It's okay.
So, I have a large window right here, and it is raining incredibly hard, and it is right next to where my computer is.
I
And
apologize. I opened the window because you burned the pizza.
I didn't realize it was open, and nothing got there, so that's good. But I was like, I can hear the rain right now, and it's pretty solid
The
coming down.
pizza. I just love how we're gonna gloss over that part.
Anyway, yeah, I burned a pizza. 1 out of 3. Give me a break. So,
Third of a pizza.
Gen is there, and we will switch now to Jules. Jules, the last smash comes in. Give us a d6 roll. If you break it with this one, maybe you won't be noticed. Bang! This time there's a crunch,
Oh.
and you're able to pull yourself up into the sauna room.
Oh, God.
Give me a tough roll as you step in, as the stank you have placed in here is now
Yeah.
soaking into your bones.
Ugh.
Soaking into your bones.
Not my,
All right.
not my clothes, my bones.
So
They say sulfur's a really good muscle relaxer, though.
true.
You know, it got
Feeling
I got
good.
some cramp. It's
Ooh.
all right.
Yeah, fix your cramp. Totally.
So you're inside of the steam rooms of the sauna, which is designed to make people feel better. And as you're standing there and the hot waters are there, you put your leg down into the tub for a second, and that cramp goes away. Congratulations, you are no longer under the effect of the cramp. You're now also protected from the odor of the sewer by the odor of the stink bomb in the in the sauna room.
Cool. People are still like gagging and coughing, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah, very much so. This door here is open, and you can see there's a pool out there, and there's just people lurching over, getting sick. It's already got a film coating the pool because they didn't have anywhere else to go at the moment.
All right. Is there a towel anywhere?
Yes, there's a small rack with towels off to your right.
All right. I'm gonna grab some towels. Like I was in the sauna too. Basically use that. This guy's like, oh yeah, I just came out of this. And I'm also gonna try to like make my way out of the pool while everyone's like gagging and
All right,
foaming
you
up.
start like trying to edge your way. There's a small walkway that you're on, and give me an agile roll as you attempt to sneak by some of these nobles that are, you know,
Whoa,
bent over
snap.
and lurching into the pool.
Nat 3.
Whew,
Oh, well.
big size, and yet you're moving like a ghost as you just kind of edge by and you move past them until you're beyond them. And as you move to there, we see Della, and we see a very large snake bust into the room with you. So chasing you
Wait,
down.
am I with Ella? Or no?
No.
I'm not. Okay.
Della, you have moved down into the garage a little way, and a massive serpent has busted through the door and is now chasing you. Where do you go?
I was actually at the door, heading to the door to go to the security officer
All right.
who has the codes.
So you were heading south through the door. That's where you're heading.
Yeah, I was. I already have the oil on my face. I opened the door to look for
The chief.
the guy. Yeah, so I need two things. I
Okay.
need the chief, and I need a poor person. I need somebody who looks like they can run.
So as you open the door, you see Chief Ludwig. Chief Dirk Ludwig. Here we are. Standing there, and he looks over at you. Oi, you got yourself some mud on you. What's
God,
going on?
yeah.
What did you get in trouble out there? Were you messing with people's cars?
I know. Just one of them sprung a leak. I tried to fix it, but it got in my face. I just need a little bit of help. Is there a second person nearby?
Help, you look like a fool. At the moment, no. He's by himself in the hallway.
I pull the gun on him.
Can you pull a gun up on you? Give me a strong roll just to see how intimidating you are now holding that.
Oh, jeez. That is not good.
He immediately goes, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you want? What do you want? You want money? I got money.
Nope, I just need codes, but I also need somebody who is going to deal with that.
Bang! There's a slam as a snake busts through the wall nearby. What the fuck? He yells out.
It's either one of us or someone else, so I need someone who can run very fast, and I need them, and I pull out the vial of the deodorizer, who's going to have to get hit with this.
Hold on. He walks over to the side looking for somebody. And as he opens the door directly across from you, he grabs a security officer from within there and it's like, hey, Adrian, out here now.
Yo, Adrian!
You see him like move a guy off to the side. He's like, what? What do you want? He can run.
And I smash the vial on him. And
What the hell?
Was there a second exit out of the garage?
There is just the one the vehicles go down.
Okay. I toss him into the garage,
Here you go.
and I close the door behind me.
You're screaming and the sound of snake hisses and slams happening out there. And Dirk
Poor
like
Adrian.
turns to you. All right, I did what you asked. What do you want now?
I just need the codes.
The codes. The code is up, down, left, right.
Are you lying to me?
No, look. It's arrow buttons. You walk over inside. You see a small electronic compartment area with very large, like hand-sized buttons of arrows that go up, down, left, and right.
Holy God, this place is made for idiots. I get on the intercom and I just say, Marcus,
Yes.
everyone else, up, down, left, right seems to be the code.
Of course it is.
What is that? Some dance steps?
No, they are literal arrow buttons with up, down, left, right. They weren't kidding when Marcus said that she made this place foolproof. You would have to be a truly, truly ingenious fool to mess this up. However, I think everything is going off now, so,
Is it time for me to snatch the thing?
one moment. Is there, like, some kind of alarm? Because, you know, that snake out there is probably fucking up a whole lot of things.
Are people running around?
Yeah, there's an alarm. It's the big red button.
Oy vey.
Is there, like, some kind of intercom thing?
No. Why would we have an intercom in here? This isn't a ship.
Well, there's currently that snake there, so why don't you come with me? And I'll just wait for everyone else to get to deal with that problem.
I think I want to stay right here. You see him like step closer to the machine.
If you move a single step, I will shoot you.
I won't move a single step. I'll stand right here. Don't you worry.
Jesus.
And you know
Give
what?
me an aware roll, Della.
Yeah, please.
Shoot him. Shoot him.
Oh, Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
that's not gonna
Oh,
work.
we are doing
Okay.
so bad though. Like,
Tell me about it. Okay. You know what? I am going to argue.
Justice?
Yes. Order is about to be destroyed in this place, and my friends are about to become embroiled in the chaos. They are terrible at planning. I am the one person who needs to make sure that things have some amount of things go right so that none of us end up on the wrong side of the law.
True.
We're doing something bad, so this is something that, especially as the Blakewell name, that
All right.
cannot.
All right, Della. This is a justice moment for you. Go for it. That is a 14. So as you're standing there, And he says he's not going to move. Puts his hands up, doesn't move anywhere. And yet you see a section of his clothes move on its own, like it's in a light breeze or something for a minute. And then you see the corner of the edge of his pants move slightly, like something is on the back side of it.
I put the gun directly to his face. Why are your pants moving?
I don't know. Maybe they're happy to see you. I don't know. I don't control my pants.
You have 2 seconds to make them stop, or I will shoot you in the face.
Oh, don't worry. They'll stop. And you see them stop moving.
Have I seen anything like this before?
Somebody's clothes moving of their own accord.
Yeah.
Sure. This is an aether-laden universe with crazy, chaotic things happening on occasion.
Take off your pants.
What?
I don't want them doing anything that I don't want them to do, so take them off.
Okay. You see him, like, unclip his belt and begin bringing his pants down till he's standing there in just stained, tighty-whities.
Disgusting.
As the pants come down, you hear a click noise to your right, and there is a small mechanical spider that is pushing the alarm.
Oh, well, that was sad for you. Bang.
So, your choice. Your choice. Do you wish to
Yeah.
have this go off as it is and potentially engage the final scene, or do you want to use a Joker to explain how you counter this?
Actually, yes. Let's use the Joker.
Joker
Now.
time!
In this world of
Nice overlay thing.
oh wait, what? Overlay what?
He put the dramatic flashback engage.
Wonderful. So in this world of magic and in this world of magic, there are also mechanized creatures to deal with. Usually one doesn't ever see them coming, and so having a ace up your sleeve, so to speak, to deal with them is important. So I think in this particular instance, a small, like, not personal size, but just kind of like 10-foot radius EMP, just something that would just knock out something small, is a thing that Della just kind of carries for those situations. Magic, probably not going to stop that, but
So,
little tiny robots, yes.
I'll tell you that you could have a device that short circuit mechanical objects temporarily, but it needs to hit them directly. So it wouldn't be
That's
an AoE. So as you're standing there, we see you at one point in the past, like, grabbing your bag of supplies, and you happen to grab this device, and we see you just, like, load it up and spin it around your knuckles for a second before holding it, flipping it through the air and sticking it in your pocket. As we see the scene that you're in now, suddenly that spider comes up and starts crawling up the side and gets ready to press the button, and you immediately have it in hand. You now
Yes.
need to hit this target with it. How do you want to do that? You do
I'm
have a
going
way
to
to
use
do that unerringly.
Tracer.
Yep, tracer that goes out, and you unerringly strike this little robot, and it just flips over on its back, rolls down the side, and at that point, you see the tidy whities grow slightly more yellow.
Ew.
As water starts to trickle down there, you see that the last trick that this poor weasel had is up. All right. You got me, Dead to Bear. You got me. Now there doesn't have to be any more problems. Just you and me. We just. You know what? He turns and he's like starts stepping backwards towards a box with with bars on it, a little holding cell. Why don't you just put me in here? Just put me in here. I can't go anywhere. I didn't see your face. I don't know what you look like. All orcs look the same to me.
Rude.
How about actually you lead me out of here? I'm certain there has to be a security entrance or exit that you can just take me through.
I mean, not. You want me to escort you to the security entrance? You can see his wheels begin spinning again.
Oh, I see you're doing something really bad, which is thinking.
Yeah. No thinking. Gotcha. I won't do that.
Why don't you tell me the quickest way out of here? Because bang, 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 bang. Let's just listen.
I mean, you could just go out the front door or the garage or climb out a window, but then you'll
Do I
have to
require
go
any
through the
security measurements
hedges.
to get out of those besides the up, down, left, right?
With the security measures disabled, the garage won't have the trip lines anymore.
Okay, great. In you go.
All right, all right. He moves over and sits down inside this little box. You close the door and just lock it.
Just search his pockets for anything of use.
As you search through his pant pockets, you find a collection of servants' stuff that he seems to have swiped from their rooms. Some of it's just little knickknacks and baubles. There's like a necklace that has had the picture torn and pulled out of it, some articles of clothing, a bunch
I'm
of
going
things.
to arrange those just on the desk there, and just say, you are a disgrace to security, justice, and order in this place. And we'll just start walking out.
So you turn and leave. As Della exits from there and heads back into the garage, you see a large tail and a smear of blood and boots just sitting on the
Ooh.
floor, heading back into the tunnels below.
Whoops.
And we move now upstairs to where we see the Viscount saying hello to Basil in the hallway. So, Basil.
Really quickly, when my dear friend Fallen told me for this, Basil will have leaned over to Ember and whispered, "Okay, your time is now. I release you." And employ shaping up.
All right. And Ember suddenly just appears in full physical form inside of the room with you. Turning around, you see him
Don't
just start
get
bouncing around.
caught.
Yeah, you see fire start running up the curtains nearby. The Viscount steps into the room with you at that moment. Oh dear, running amok, I see. What has happened here?
I don't know. It just appeared and started setting things on fire, and I don't want to get fired.
Dear child, no mere problem. You see, Eternals like these, they do nothing but destroy. They do nothing but prey on the weakness in others, such as yourself. No offense, of course. You just need to strengthen and practice your will. We have training for that, you know. But in the case of this little creature, I shall excise it immediately. You see him, like, roll up his sleeves, and arcane sigils appear all over the floor around him.
Wow. I've never seen anything like that before.
Hopefully you'll never have to again. And the Viscount gets prepared to attack Ember. As we move again inside the ballroom, what are you doing now? The alarms have been taken off, but there's still a lot of people paying attention to the gemstone, listening to the music. The Lady Amelia has stepped away to go to speak to the Viscount.
So I can I use my Joker to have pre-gained information on someone that I knew that I could I could drop. What I want to do is, knowing that I know all the shit about everybody because I'm the total gossip, right? That there was someone that's here that I knew was gonna be here that like I preloaded information on so that I could like make a scene, like knowing that like Carl was having an affair with Sheila and I could oust them, and then like Arlene, who was here also, was like, Carl, you son of a bitch, and then like made this whole scene thing go on where all of these all of the people at the you know, like they're like, oh my god, like all of this, because you know, like we don't have anything better to do with our lives than to get into other people's, and like she's like throwing cakes and pies at him and like all pissed off at Carl, throwing punches at Brenda or whatever the fuck I named her a second ago, like that kind of shit, you know, like I want to start some shit so that I can go and like grab the diamond.
So, we see a flashback scene of, again, speaking with Olivia Vox. somebody that she knows has been in some compromising positions and states that unless she ousts herself in small regard, she'll be ousted in grand regard, revolving around a few other more notorious individuals that the good Lady Penwillow knows about. She agrees to give up one of her prospective suitors if you give up all the rest, if you know what she's saying. And she'll make a scene for you temporarily, just to get people not to be aware. So as we
Okay.
move back to where you're at in the ballroom, we now see you standing there. We see Olivia Vox off to the side, look over, and she just looks. She
Wink
starts
at
like
her.
sweating.
Time is now, biatch.
And you see her begin to make a scene and step over and put her arms around one of her favored bows. You point that
Look
out.
over
There's a
there.
bit of a shout there. People start looking at it. There's an argument that starts up. The individual's wife comes over and starts talking to him. And you see a rather large hubbub and scuffle begin.
A kerfuffle, if you
A
will.
kerfuffle, if you will.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Is it time to grab the diamond? Cause all things are a go.
You can't hear Basil to understand what might be happening with the.
Well,
pipeline.
I'm assuming that's going fine. What I'm waiting for is, can I grab the damn thing? Is the security down? Am I in the clear? Can I see?
Della.
Della, what's up with you? Eh? Hey,
Security's done.
so I just have to punch in the up, down, left, right, square,
Up, down,
circle,
left, right.
up, down, left, right. So I'm gonna.
You walk over to the pedestal, step over the red ropes.
Well, let's do it. And I'm not even. I'm just like, like looking at that and just like aghast as I like just happen to be going in that direction. You know what I mean?
All right, and then you see a panel of buttons on the side of the pedestal.
Like, this better be right. Up, down, left, right.
The glass case opens.
Yoink. Pocket. Walking away.
You begin walking away. You have a couple of exit options. There are 2 doors to the north. There's
Marcus, where do
what
I
looks like-
exit?
Where do I exit, you ask Marcus. Marcus tells you, well, there is a problem. The Viscount is near your most direct access point, or exit rather. There is, however, through those large glass doors to the north of you, a resting room of sorts. They play music. There's a window on the far end. I think it's open. You could try to make your way out there.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to get out, and that means everybody else gets out too. We need to get Basil out of there.
Jules is the only one near Basil other than you at the moment.
Jules, you have to extract Basil.
All right.
I'm near.
All right.
I'm
What's up?
near the alarm button if you need me to press it.
I don't think setting the alarm off immediately after stealing the gem is gonna work well in your favor.
Yeah, let me try. Yeah. Let's not do. Let's see if they just don't notice for a while, because the lady's out in the hallway. Anyway, if you get that, should charm that snake and have it go eat the lady in the Viscount, and that would solve a lot of our problems.
The snake did just eat one of the guards, so.
Oh well, bless his soul.
It's a very big snake. It might be hungry.
So
That's
Jules is
true.
going to head up to try to save Basil. Gen is going to head north to see if they can find a way out of the building.
I'm just trying to GTFO at this point.
So, Della, you're aware that Jules is going to try to jump off of a 30-foot, out of a 30-foot window, roughly, trying to make it to the.
Or
Jules or
Gen?
Jim?
Della is aware Gen is going to possibly have to
Right.
jump out of a high window.
Oh, that will be my cue then. I tell Marcus where I am and how I can, because I'm already on the ground floor, how I can get to where Gen is going to come out, so I can be there to provide assistance.
Perhaps
Gen
with the little
is
cloud thing.
Going to be outside of the rear of the building. building on the other side of the hedges. You'll need something that can fly to grab her.
Oh, well, thank goodness. And I just head back into the garage, grab on a hopper, and
You step
Just-
onto it. Give me a brains roll. See if you can hotwire it.
woo! Come
Hotwire.
on,
You got
Jesus. The Lord is
Uh,
not with me today.
That's not good. So
Ooh.
you.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't need to hotwire this thing. I can just provide her steps down.
True, but you need to get all the way around the building on the other side of a large hedge.
That is true.
Or
Yeah,
perhaps, did you try to see if maybe
There's
the
an ace
key?
from A. Doyle
Oh, thank
to,
God.
to try again.
Bless you, Doyle. Bless you.
You're
Doyle
amazing,
coming through with
Doyle.
the aces because
That is a 13. With a 13,
Okay.
you just connect a couple of alternate wires underneath after snipping them, and
All right,
engine
well-
kicks on. The thing starts hovering up off the ground.
The garage door's not open, right?
They don't have a closed one. It's just
Oh.
a hallway with sensors in it to determine if you're coming in or not.
Oh, well then. Mm,
You go out the door. You see a couple of guards that were standing there kind of turn and look at you as you zip past.
actually, I'm going to. I need to figure out the distance I need to travel versus how fast this thing can go, because I basically want to get there right as she's jumping out, so as to not alert people too early.
That's an Aether engine. They travel pretty much as fast as you want them to, depending on how much of the ace stones in there you want to burn. So they can tear you in half if you let them go too far, too fast.
So basically, what I want to make it so that I tell Penwillow, I need you to count down for me, okay? When you are 20 seconds from that window, start counting.
Aye.
All right. So Gen rushes through the glass doors and ends up inside of a new room. As you rush inside, I'll describe what you see real quick. Floor 2. There we are. So, this large chamber is filled with skylights, showing the heavens. A couple of couches, so lush and full of cushions. You aren't certain you could escape from them without assistance. Food prepared for feeding, resting nearby. Food prepared for feeding those resting from the nearby servants garbed in attractive attire, and a grand piano with a musician currently playing talented classic dwarven parable songs filled with deep tones and dark arpeggios. Large window that is half open can be seen on the other side of the piano, and a very strange purple cat of large size can be seen lounging on the table in the middle of the room. It looks up to you as you walk inside.
Hello, kitty. You're a
The
pretty color.
cat there, let's see if I have an image of that handy. I don't think I do at the moment, so I must have missed one. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see if I got one here somewhere. Import files. It's in here. It's
Or
in
not.
artwork. It is not showing up anywhere. No, I don't have a version of it that's available in here at the moment. Anyways, I'll show it to you after the fact. So, this large purple cat. Maybe I do have it. No, I'm just
Meow.
dragging my feet, it looks like. So there it is. There, it's on the map. You can see what the image of it looks like, but it's actually not that big.
Hello,
So-
kitty.
As the cat thing is sitting there, kind of staring at you, it seems to speak directly into your mind.
Hello. Why are you in here?
I'm trying to look out the window.
You've been a bad thing, haven't you?
At this point, I would like to use the ability, won't you be my neighbor?
All
and
right.
befriend this kitty.
Give me a charming roll.
Are we still in the same scene?
Yes, at the moment.
Okay, so that's +2, and then I got a +1 that I should have been having the whole time. That is a +1 to any social situation in which I am trying to avoid conflict. I am
Yes.
trying to avoid conflict here. So whichever I roll is a +3, please. Oh, that's not too bad.
16, 17, 18, 19. With the 19, you beat this thing exactly on the dot. So it turns and looks at you now, no longer cautious, but rather friendly.
But that's not always a bad thing now, is it?
I mean, a little mischief here and there is, it makes the world interesting, doesn't it,
The
kitty?
kind of turns over, exposing its belly, and pushes a plate off the edge of the table where it shatters on the floor.
I've been known to get into my fair share of naughtiness, I admit.
You look like a mischievous creature, you do. So, as smart as you are, little kitty, where do we go from here, do you suppose?
Where do we go from here?
Aye.
I would say trust people who can be trusted, and don't trust others that cannot.
That's very helpful. So, how do you feel about your mistress there, the Madame Goldrose?
She's a lovely pet.
Aye, I bet. Did you ever feel perhaps that she gets tiresome, though? You know,
You
That was
think I
on you.
should seek out a new ward, then?
well, I wasn't. I mean, perhaps. There's a viscount. That
No.
no viscount. I see. The reason I say is because I have a friend who is talking to that terrible individual. Obviously, viscount, right? And your said ward. I don't suppose a clever kitty like you would be able to perhaps help my friend get out of their clutches. Oh, it would be so annoying for the Viscount and Lady
The cat
Goldrose.
kind of rolls over onto its stomach again and then looks at you this time with those huge pupils of a cat about to strike.
Are you saying the Viscount is distracted?
Am I saying the Viscount is currently distracted?
Yes.
The Viscount is currently distracted.
Thank you.
And the cat fades from existence at the table.
Oh, you may have just unleashed Satan upon the world.
I have the diamond. We're getting out of here. Do we care?
I mean, the next season of whatever show may care that you unleashed Satan upon the world, but
Gen Penwillow, she don't care. I'm going to start counting down.
Okay, countdown has begun, Della.
so I'm going to kick it up where 20 seconds will get me over where I need to go.
All right, so again, give me a brains roll, and Della, give me a brains roll as the two of you try to coordinate this leap out of the window. Again gets 10,
Perfectly average in every way. I
and
got
Della
a
gets a
10.
19. So again, you just did fine. You did like a regular person would, but Della happens to be incredibly effective
Thank
at
goodness.
putting these things in order, and we'll get back to you in just a moment as we now see Jules down below. You've been advised that you need to try to help poor Basil upstairs and extricating them as best as you can. What do you do?
All right. Working here before. Do I know a shortcut?
There's a
get to the bedroom.
staircase you're right next to that would go upstairs. That'll put you right in the same room as Basil.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, can I? Oh, I'm so big and husky. You know what? Yeah, I'll go up the steps, but I don't want to go directly into the room. I want to see what's happening before I go in there.
All right, so you head up the steps, and you end up on the second floor. Let's see, where is you? There we are, Jules. You come around the staircase just a little bit and turn in time to see blasts of energy flying from the Viscount towards this little figure in the corner as the Viscount attacks Ember. Ember dodges aside, zipping across the ceiling trying to keep from being myrtleated right away. And what do you do now, Jules? As you see this, Basil, I'm fearing that you have a scared look on your face.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
just looking at Basil and
Waving over.
like
Oh, we can't hear you at the moment, McSherry.
Basil is using nose and whiskers to gesture and say, "Can't exactly get away right now. Give me a minute."
All right. So Jules kind of waits and is like impatiently like, "What the hell?"
I want to keep a lookout. Where is my former mistress?
Your former mistress has stepped into the room and is now staring in terror at this ghostly presence that's burning her tapestries on the wall.
Ooh.
She hasn't noticed you
Ooh.
yet, but she might soon.
I look at Basil. Um, I piss up a hand and basically signal that I'm counting down before something like this.
So a
Basil
countdown
twitches the tail.
starts happening. Basil, over to you at the moment. What do you do as you stare up? You see the Viscount turning and looking with a stern countenance on his face as you see energy building up in his fist again.
And now Basil plays their Joker card.
Basil's Joker card comes into play. What is it?
We go back to a conversation that Basil had with another Skixon who used to work here.
Mm-hmm.
This particular Skixon was a tinker and worked on the bee servitors.
Oh boy.
And this particular Skixon gave Basil the command in the form of a button that would turn them into back into war machines and make them very protective of the team.
So we now see we see in the past all of these machines kind of being placed all around the house. This idea being given that maybe they should be everywhere because it's themed. We've got the honeycomb emerald, we have the giant bee servitors, and now we see Basil standing there, that fear on his face, looking around at their poor creature about to be destroyed, and then holding a button with like a big like honey drop on it. Deep. You hit it. Suddenly, you start hearing gunfire and screams coming from downstairs and from the rooms nearby. The Viscount turns. What is this? What is going on now? You hear, the bees! The bees are stinging everything! Ah! In the distance, Amelia kind of like turns, and in that moment, notices Jules standing on the stairwell. Jules, what do you do in reaction?
Jules will take off the shades and you'll see the scar that goes over their eye, and they look directly at their old mistress and says, I've been waiting a long time for this. It's time for you to fill your own medicine. And I'll activate my Joker card.
Another Joker card comes up. What is your flashback?
My flashback is you'll see Jules sitting at their desk, their hand over their scarred face. They have been working hours and hours and hours on this concoction, this really biological agent, knowing how the old mistress was very sensitive to certain things, that this whatever's in this agent is going to cause her to be completely disfigured.
Causing a mass like allergic reaction type thing, breaking out in hives that leaves lasting scars forever.
Yep.
Oh wow.
And now standing there holding this concoction in hand, what does Jules do?
The moment Basil starts hitting out, throw it directly at the mistress.
Well, give us your tough roll. Let's see if you hit the mistress, who is a little surprised, I might add.
Oh, double click. Oof. I didn't. Did I click it twice?
Smash! 21. It shatters over her face. She immediately lands on the floor and starts screaming, "Oh, what have you done to me, you horrible! Oh, I should have killed you!" Ah! And as she's screaming, the Viscount is fighting. A large purple cat appears from out of nowhere and leaps on the back of the Viscount. The two start struggling and rolling back and forth. Basil, as you step to the side, the bell dings and the lift opens up, and you can see a bellhop and a couple of very angry looking bee bots and dead nobles sitting inside the elevator.
Ooh.
And Ember steps forward.
Basil will say, "Excuse us," and then drag Jules in.
As you drag Jules in into the lift. Is that where you went?
Oh yeah.
All right. And then you press the button, and as you do, Teeth just rushes forward and like bites the petticoats of the Viscount, tearing them and causing his pants to fall around his ankles, where he like twists and falls over. The purple cat on top of him is all you see as the door shuts.
You're so good, Teeth. Good job.
And then
You too, Ember.
make it down to the downstairs. The the door opens, and the two of you rush out to the front door, basically, into the street, and try fleeing into the night as fast as you can. Della swings by on a jet bike, and the two of you grab a hold of it, and we see you all dash to where you can see Marcus awaiting all of you.
Yay!
As you swing by, he looks over and goes, "Well done. So which one of you has the gem?"
Where's the money?
Of course, it's here. He puts down briefcases for each one of you and opens up his, where you see the gemstone and a slot next to it, designed to help imprint the two.
I hope you don't mind if I just take a look. I suggest everyone else do so as well before we hand over said gem. No offense, Marcus, but we don't know you very well, and you understand.
Of course not. Business is business, after all.
Take a look.
There is loads of silver in each one of these boxes.
Hmm.
We good?
Good.
Everybody
Good.
good?
Good.
Ah, Sir Marcus, hold out your wee hand.
And he holds out his hand.
We.
I know, it's ironic. Because, there you go.
You hand him
Your
the gemstone.
honeycomb.
You see him look at it. Such waste in someone like Amelia's hands. I hope she got her just desserts.
Oh, she did.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Things did not go well for her.
Well, hopefully
Why
the
all that
house will collapse
screaming
after
coming?
this, and then maybe somebody more worthwhile will be taking those positions. In the meantime, you see him like put the gemstone inside of the chest. He reaches down and grabs the other one. He tosses it out to you. Why don't you keep that for posterity's sakes? As he closes the chest and turns around and starts walking away from you all. Ta-ta, until the next time we see one another. Then you hear the whistles. And you see a huge group of peacekeepers coming out of every direction around you. As Marcus has provided you a gemstone fake. And all of you are about to take the fall for Marcus Vero. Maybe to be continued on a different one-shot. Who knows? But this has been the
That's
Honeycomb Sting.
I retract that. We get on the freaking on Della's bike and we all run into the sunset is what we do.
You have all made it through this one shot. I hope you have enjoyed yourselves. We're gonna go around the table. Tell us where your socials are and what you enjoyed about tonight, and then that will be the end. So first off, we'll go in the opposite order we went last time. Party time. You're up first.
Hi everybody, you're role-playing new best friend, Barty Time here. I had a great time. Trying to get into this damn house.
That took way more
It's a
time than
shitty
it needed
situation.
to.
Yeah.
I like playing TTRPGs online. I like playing LARPs in real life. So I'm just your role-playing best friend. So you can find me at Barty Time on Twitter. I don't really post a lot, but I like to follow people and like their stuff. So I'm always here to support you. Sometimes I occasionally stream. occasionally. So that's just me. Is there anything I forgot?
What did you enjoy about tonight?
Oh yeah, I mean, the cat. It was such a strange detail that I really liked.
Yeah.
So that's me.
All right, Shannon, your turn.
I'm Shannon. I am here on Roll for Chaos. Twice a week, usually on Tuesdays and then on Thursdays. Oh, and Barty, you did forget Misguided Souls. People can watch
Yeah,
you
that's
be trouble,
next week.
True.
which is
I
next
totally
week.
forgot about that.
Week after
Yeah.
next.
No,
Week after
week
next.
after third
Week
Thursday.
after next. Third, yeah. Whatever the fuck day it is now, who the hell knows these days. Yeah, we are here doing that kind of stuff, and this was super fun. I was gonna actually ask what the hell was up with the cat, as well. I liked the bees. I don't quite understand. I mean, I feel like there's like a lot of replayability here because like we didn't get to go to every room and we didn't, like there was a lot of stuff. So like I kind of just like even want to like play another character. But I had a really fun time with Gen. It was really well done and I liked all of it. Yeah, I think that's me. Trying to think. I don't think I'm doing anything else at the moment. So, but yeah, follow everybody here. Barty really does retweet and do all that stuff, so he ain't lying.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for sticking around, everybody that has. This has been a long session. Usually we don't run 4s. We run 3-hour games. So this one was 4 hours and 15 minutes so far. We'll move on. Gwen, you're up.
Hello, hello. I am McSherry, usually over there in chat on Tuesdays and Thursdays and sometimes Mondays. I also do the news with my wonderful husband Doyle on Tuesdays for Roll Charisma. And I am a proud and happy member of the Sparrows crew on Fridays. This was just a blast. I mean, I love the details. I love all of the characters. I love their interactions. I think that the stink bomb in the sauna was probably the moment that is going to stick in my brain the longest, though.
That was a good choice. That was a good way to cause a massive distraction, I have to say. All right, and speaking of stink bomb in the sauna, Ciara, you're up next.
Hey, I'm Sierra. I'm also Little Lady Mayhem here on Twitch. I stream. I do different things all over the world. Don't have a motto except for literally just to cause mayhem, which I did today.
Yep.
And I'm also a DM. I host my own show, Hollow Chronicles, which is on YouTube if you type in Hollow Chronicles. And I'm also going to be airing it on my own channel. And I'm also a player on Proficiency Bonus here on Twitch, where I play all types of D&D, mainly D&D and different tabletop games. Yeah, you can find me on my Twitch, Little Lady Mayhem. And for more chaos and mayhem, I had to come in through. I think my favorite part about this was literally learning this new mechanic. I never played this game before. I had liked the whole chaos and the ace. I love the card theme. I really do. I like the whole cards. Again, the funniest thing was the whole situation with the snake. It just took so long to get in this house.
You and your complication too, which came up unfortunately.
I knew it was gonna come up eventually. I was like, this would be
Never
the worst
did.
time.
Yours did. You became exposed in a scene. The problem is that the scene that it happened in was when you literally ran into the security chief. So you were ousted the moment you ran into him, but then you countered it. Basil didn't fail enough for hers to happen.
I was one failure away.
Yeah, if she had gotten 4 failures, she would have had a panic attack and a breakdown.
Oh,
Dang.
Yikes.
right?
Ooh.
So this has been Honeycomb Sting. Thank you very much for being here. I'd keep you longer, but you can catch me a lot, Emasar, on Twitter and Twitch. And check out all of our other content if you liked it. If you enjoy this, go support it. I'm
The
still
Kickstarter.
making sure to
happening.
polish this and write it up for the Kickstarter, but it is going on right now, yes, until the 15th. And if you like this game, Aether and Steamworks, Drive-Thru RPG, it is fun, I hear.
Very.
So, thank you again for watching, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and goodbye.
Bye.